human rights, access to justice, and the rule of law. So I'll be with you for the first part of the morning, and later on my colleague Fatsan will take over. And I think before we get started, I wanted to ask if there's a volunteer who can say a word of prayer as just before we start. Thank you. Any volunteer, please. So as we continue with this workshop on transparency, accountability, and ethics in public institutions, I understand yesterday we covered yesterday, our first session was focusing on strengthening public governance for transparent, accountable, and ethical public institutions to achieve the SDGs. So we had a number of presentations, group work. We learned a lot yesterday. We just wanted to have a recap of what we took away from yesterday before we get started with our topic today. Our topic today is going to be focusing on great. Okay, so I thought I'm shorter for the podium. Anyways, so today our focus will be approaches and tools for accountable, ethical, transparent, and inclusive societies. So it's about the approaches, maybe strategies, the tools that we use to achieve accountable, ethical, and transparent, and inclusive societies. We are going to have a number of presentations as well. I think this morning we are going to, after the recap, we're going to have our colleague from UNDP who is going to make a presentation on promoting multi-stakeholder engagement for ethical, transparent, and innovative public service delivery. And then we're going to go into group work. Later on, we're going to have a presentation on on ethics and sectoral, So group work, then after, within this morning part before lunch hour, we're going to have a presentation that's saying building capacities and creating enabling ecosystem for ethical and transparent societies. And then the other one is going to be strengthening capacities for ethical behavior, integrity, and accountable public services. And then after that, we will go into, I think there's a lot of group work today because we want to have a lot of interactions and trying to learn from each other, discussing what we think will be the best strategies and ways in dealing with issues of corruption and ethical issues. In the afternoon, we'll have a presentation on integrity and ethical issues in public service, developing anti-corruption for accountable societies. And later on, we'll have another one on transparent and sustainable public procurement for sustainable development, good practices in Africa, to learn from other jurisdictions and ourselves on what is working, what's not working, what's the best way that we can deal with these issues. And then there's also going to be group work. So I think that will be our Wednesday. So before I go any further, I said there's going to be a recap, but this recap is going to be led by our colleague, Mr. Chinovi. So Emmanuel Chinovi, please do assist us with the recap. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juliet. Morning, colleagues. My name is Emmanuel Shinovi. I work with the Wrong Water Board. So I think as one of the public institutions also, we need to be transparent, we need to be accountable, and also we should adhere to some ethics. So each and every organization that is here has to make sure that whatever we are running here, we're able to implement in our organizations. And we are the people who have been entrusted with our organizations in terms of spearheading whatever we are running here. So the expectation is that when you live here, you should be able to implement whatever is being discussed in this room. I think, of course, we have changed rooms, but I think you won't forget what happened in the first room. Yeah, so at this juncture, I think the last look at what is it that we learned yesterday. As a matter of a reminder, I think we had a presentation, I think from Associate Professor Miganda Sauga, who presented the historical background and the context of ethics and transparency in Malawi. Yeah, so he talked a lot about the historical context and also some issues which the government has done, like the Jessica report and the other reports. And I think he also emphasized that there's another report which is still hanging somewhere. Yeah, so I think those are some of the issues that he had to present. And also, I think there was another presentation from the ombudsman in terms of the institutionalization of ethics in the public sector organizations. So these things we need to institutionalize within our organization. It should be part and parcel of our day-to-day activities. I think in a way, I think maybe which she didn't emphasize on, maybe if in our job descriptions we can think of a way of including aspect of what ethics, transparency, and accountability. So I think there were a number of presentations, and also there was Anna who had presented on the issues of ethics and public integrity as a toolkit for transparency, accountability, and the ethics. And also there was another presentation from Susan. Yeah, I think he tackled on, she tackled on the national anti-corruption strategy and also the role of ethics in the fight against corruption. So at this juncture, I just want to be maybe from what was covered yesterday, maybe someone can move around with a mic. We want to see what is it that we learned yesterday. We just want to see what is it that you learned yesterday. These are some of the issues which I learned. Of course, not forgetting the group discussion where we had a case study. I don't think most of you will be able to say no to someone who is seeking a favor from you. Can you? 80%, I think from I'll share my experience. 90% of my work has been in the HR. I'll tell you, I receive whenever there's an advert, the number of calls that I get, help my kid. I don't know if you're getting what I'm trying to say. Yes, there are a lot of people, whenever the advert, even if you're not in the HR, when your office has produced an advert, how many people tend to ring you so that you should do a favor to them? Yeah? And you know, the simple answer that you tell them, no, I'm not the decision maker, I'm not in the position that, but you're not telling them that I'm a person of integrity, I cannot do that. Eh? But you say, so it means if you had the powers, I don't know if you are getting me. It means if you had powers, you would have done, you would have helped. Are you together? So you're giving hope. I'm sending an application later. Are you together? Yes. So in such a way, those are the things that we need to be looking at as organizations. Yeah, I think you shouldn't see it even in procurement, for example. Yeah. No, what's the budget on this procurement? What's the budget? And we're able to share the budget with consultants and all that. Yeah. So maybe we can start in terms of what others learned yesterday. Yeah.
Morning.
Morning, madam. Yes.
I grasped one thing during the presentations. One of the objectives was that the workshop wants to ensure that public institutions operates within the public service requirements. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you have read the point. Okay, maybe can you repeat? Or maybe use this one.
What I learned yesterday was that during the presentation, one of the presentations, there were objectives that were shared. And one of the objectives was that the workshop wants to make sure that public institutions operates within the requirements of the public service.
Okay. Now, she's saying what she learned is that public institutions have to operate within the requirements of the public service. What are these requirements? Madam, I'll put you on spot, right? What are these requirements of public service? I don't know. What are these requirements in public service? Yes.
I think he should be following the laws and regulations that are set in the MPSR.
Okay.
Yes.
You get it? Yeah. But we're talking about public service. Eh? MPSR is for civil service. Eh? Are we together? Yeah. So what we are saying is, what she's saying is, we should follow the regulations, which are every public institution, even NGO or whatever, has got certain what regulations. So we should be able to adhere to those what regulations. Yeah. Yes. So issues of ethics, accountability, transparency, those are the common things. And I've read the terms and conditions of so many organizations who, in civil service, they call it the MPSI. But when the first pages, there's a mission, vision, and they come to values. Are you together? And when you read the values, well, most of the issues are what? Teamwork, integrity, transparency, accountability. Those are the common values that each and every organization will want to adhere to. How many do we adhere? Yeah. Anything that was learned yesterday? Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, all. My name is Barbara. What I remember from what we learned yesterday is the role of what do we call it? Gosh, it's too early. Where we were talking about how we have normalized some of the things that we are doing.
Okay. Okay.
The ombudsman talked about, she gave an example of the red robots.
Yes.
You know, people think it's normal for them to go through like that. They queues at the bank and we don't see anything wrong with it. So the importance and the role of mindset change in the fight against corruption is what I got yesterday. Thank you.
And do you know what? The moment, whether you're a CEO or a director or whosoever, when you retire and maybe you're not driving, people are like, what? You retire and you're not driving, you don't have a house. So what people perceive it? Are you together? They are like, no, you know, people expect you when you are up there, you should have certain what? So the appetite for certain things is what makes us to fall into what? Certain things. Just like to say, to jump a line and all that. I want things in a quicker way. Who is not quick? Who is not fast in that case? Okay. Anything? Maybe we can receive 2 more in the interest of time.
Yeah, I think the other part that I liked was a presentation by the ombudsman.
Yes.
That was talking about determination by the ombudsman. That is when the cases are concluded. In fact, this is my first time to hear about that, because mostly when we get complaints from the ombudsman and then we respond, sometimes we don't get feedback. So maybe today, if the honorable is available, I want to learn how the determinations are shared with the institutions, so that all as institutions we should be implementing those determinations. Because yesterday when I heard about determinations, I said, but which ones? How are they shared? Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So, you want to respond or? Okay, yeah. So before we go there, I think she has raised there are a lot of officers here from the ombudsman. Madam, don't fear anyone. You should be able to meet. There are several. Where are the officers from the ombudsman? Officers from the madam, look around the officers. Have you noted them? Yeah, so you can approach one of them. How are these one? Determined. But one of the things I think the sad part of it, which she also alluded to, is the lack of organization to adhere to the what? Determinations. When the determinations have been made, it's also Mango Banga Office something like that. Are we good? Yeah, so the adherence to the determinations is also one of the big challenges, which she also alluded to. Yeah, so, okay. You'll be last, You'll be last one. Yeah. Yes, madam.
Okay. What I learned yesterday, which was new to me, were the various reports that happened in terms of trying to reform the civil on public service, where they talked about the Skinner, the other one, I can't even say the name.
Chasiga.
Okay, the other one.
Hesbig.
That one.
Hesbig, Chasiga, and what? Yes?
You see, you also can say it like me.
Okay, my English is from France, Yeah, so forgive me.
Okay, but I think what I liked the most was the part about public procurement and its impact, where they talked about how most countries spend about, I think it was 13 to 20% of their gross domestic product on such, and then the impact that such procurements have, where, if there's collusion involved or whatnot, how it increases the costs and lowers the quality of the goods brought, and how it erodes public trust in everything. So those are the two things I learned. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think in everything, what we need to know is whatever we are doing within our offices, how is it impacting the general public? The issue is how is it impacting the general public? We should be thinking in that way. Yeah, I think we have the last person.
I think from yesterday, I learned about the shortfalls of the previous reforms, the Skinner report, the Chatsiga report, that it just looked at the remuneration, but not necessarily at the issues that give impact, like the issues of how the work is being done, giving how to make the people accountable. So probably there is need for a study to find out how do we make the public service accountable and responsible, maybe another whatever committee or a task force, because whatever happened, it hasn't translated into good public service. The other thing was the role of the ombudsman in institutionalization of integrity, looking at when they review the complaints, they are actually giving feedback in terms of the review of the entire system, because that's how you institutionalize the ethics and the integrity. And also we've learned how the UN has incorporated the ethics integrity into their system, with a presentation from Sarah, yes, where she presented how the UN is also incorporating integrity in their day-to-day life. So in that particular way, we can also follow suit and see how best we can inculcate that culture into our organizations, so that what programs can we put in place. And also I also learned the issue of what should be our focus. Is it in terms of preventing the unethical things or punishing? So I think we need to have a balance in terms of activities or actions that we need to take to prevent unethical things from happening, and also how to punish people when they've done something bad. I think that's also one of the things that I've learned. And also in terms of the procurement example that was given, looking at the issues of conflict of interest, how do we how do you get yourself out of the situation from the case study that we had? So, I thought the thing is, how do we internalize the values so that we behave ethically all the time? Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have said a lot, and I think we also have so many thoughts which we can share maybe during tea break and all that. Yeah, but I think the most important thing is an issue of maybe trying to institutionalize. I like what she said about the presentation that the UN has also maybe ethics unit, something I like to say, which has to be looking at issues of ethics and all that. But I think what I've noted in mostly is that we are good at developing these policies, these units, and you find that you have developed you have done a functional review, you have got this unit, but maybe you're not even funding it properly, and you say, like, do you need it? Yeah, you know how we deal with even the internal auditors. How do you react when internal auditors have come to our offices? Yeah, we are like, these people, they won't just give me pressure. Yeah, you get what I'm trying to say? Or we feel like maybe they're not knowledgeable in certain things. But overall, I think what we are learning is that all these institutions that are maybe within our organizations, but also outside, they have to spearhead issues of integrity, transparency, and what ethical behavior. So those are some of the things I think we'll learn also more today in terms of the other issues, which will be there as the Juliet has already stated. So at this juncture marks the end of this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Maybe we can give him another round of applause. It shows that I think we learned a lot yesterday. We haven't even said it all, but yeah, mindset change. It's the song that we started with 2 years ago. I don't know how far we've moved with denormalizing unethical behaviors in public service delivery, procurement. We can see what's coming out now. How are we moving? So I guess it's a good session that we get together and ask ourselves again, how are we moving? How can we do better? At this juncture, I will invite Christina. Christina Maseko works for UNDP Malawi. She is a pillar lead for effective, accountable, and responsive institutions. So just for information, we changed the way that we reorganized the governance portfolio for UNDP Malawi. We did a sense-making process to make sure that our projects speak to each other and everything is put together so that our partners are also able to work together instead of working in silos on projects. So we divided the governance portfolio into 3 pillars. So the first pillar is that one, the one that is led by Christina, effective, accountable, and responsive institutions. And the other pillars are led by the other colleagues. So Christina is a product of University of Malawi. She holds Master of Public Administration and Management. And also she got a bachelor's degree from the same university in political science. She's been with UNDP for the past 3.5 years. I will now give to you, Christina Maseko, to share us her presentation. I had it read out, but we're going to see the title. But generally, it's focusing on much stakeholder relationships, on how we can deal with issues of ethical issues, transparency, and accountability issues. Are we able to beam the presentation now? Thank you so much.
Good morning, colleagues. As well introduced, My name is Christina Maseko. This morning, my presentation is going to be a bit of a departure from the presentations that we have had. My role with UNDP basically is to support institutions whose mandate is to plan, monitor, but also deliver public services. So basically this morning, I will be sharing insights in my role in leading this pillar from a kind of different dimension of accountability from what we've been discussing so far. So most often when we talk about accountability, the perception or the perspective is to think about the relationship in between the duty bearers and the right holders. But there's yet also another important dimension of accountability, which are the working relationships that you have in between various institutions of government. I think I heard one of the comments, it was to do with report sharing, where somebody's asking to say, there's a report that was talked about yesterday, how can I access this report? So my experience is that there's a lot of information asymmetry in between institutions that are supposed to be working together, that are aligned in the same thematic area. As a result, because you do not have information that is being shared among stakeholders that would otherwise need to be aligned, that leaves a lot of gray area for a lot of unethical behavior. So my topic this morning is entitled Promoting Multi-Stakeholder Engagement for Ethical, Transparent, and Innovative Public Service Delivery. I would like to begin by reminding us about the country's vision, because this vision is what sets the direction for us as a nation, for the public service, for development partners, and all key stakeholders. Now, I extracted just 2 enablers. I know you're aware that we have 3 pillars that the country is aspiring to achieve, and that the vision has also identified key enablers. Now, all of them are important, but I wanted us to zero in on these 2 enablers because these are really very critical for an ethical, transparent, accountable, but also innovative public service. So you have enabler 2 that talks about having effective governance systems and institutions, and its objective says to have an effective and efficient governance systems and institutions with strict adherence to the rule of law. I want you to highlight their efficiency and effectiveness. We also have a very relevant, another relevant enabler. This one is enabler 3. It talks about enhancing public sector performance. Now, the objective of this enabler is that we should have a world-class performing and professional public sector for efficient delivery of public goods and services. Now, these are very ambitious objectives if we look at them, and we cannot, as a public service, continue to do things in the way that we have done them. There has to be something different that we do as a public service in order to achieve the aspirations of this vision. This is actually the 10-year implementation plan. That is a conduit for the implementation of the strategy. Now, the 3 words that are very critical, we are talking about an ethical public service. We are talking about a transparent public service, but also we are talking about an innovative public service. Now, I know that in some presentations, You already had some discussion of these key terms. But when we talk about innovation, I know there are various schools of thought, but for the purposes of our talk this morning in relation to the public service, I've adopted the definition by the Organization for Economic Development, which talks about the implementation of either a new or significantly improved product or good or process, or it can be a method in the workplace, organization, or external relations. In transparency, I put this from the Malawi Public Service Charter, and it talks about transparency as being as open as possible, right? It talks about public servants being as open as possible in their dealings, and also giving reasons for any administrative decision and actions if required. When you talk about ethics, I put this from UNDESA and how they've defined ethics, and it specifies, it qualifies public service ethics as being defined as broad norms that delineate how public servants as agents of the state, where applicable as members of an established profession, such as accounting or law, for example, should exercise judgment and discretion in their official duties. I would like to move on now to talk about multi-stakeholder platforms. So like I said earlier, there lies an acute gap in the horizontal dimension of accountability, where you have public institutions that either do not have the same type of information, whether it's deliberate, whether there are no platforms to ensure that you have that information sharing, and that has a bearing on the capacity of the public service to deliver services in an ethical, innovative, or transparent manner. I also like to say that my focus for discussion is going to be on data management platforms and data management systems, and also the actual coordination mechanisms and the insights that we can draw for strengthening multi-stakeholder platforms that really encourage information and data management sharing. So why is it important to promote multi-stakeholder engagements that enhance the delivery of services? So where you have strengthened multi-stakeholder platforms, you encourage the use of evidence-based data for decision-making, because you have a pool of institutions that are talking to each other, that are able to provide facts and data for why certain decisions must be made. But also multi-stakeholder platforms allow inclusivity of different actors. So I know that these multi-stakeholder platforms can be at various levels. It can be at central levels, it can be at decentralized levels. It can be a whole different dynamic of multi-stakeholder combination. But the inclusivity of actors is very important, because it allows that you can pool resources, you can also pool expertise, and also draw different insights from different perspectives. Consequently, also multi-stakeholder platforms are important because they allow transparency in decision-making and financing. But also, multi-stakeholder platforms are important because they allow the integration function. You know, there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and SDG 17 is specifically on partnerships. So all the other 16 are very specific to thematic areas, right? 16 is governance, but 17 actually talks about enhancing partnerships to allow or to strengthen the integration function. Now, I'd like to expound these points further by discussing isolated cases from our work as UNDP and how models of multi-stakeholder platforms have worked at different levels to facilitate ethical, transparent, and innovative service delivery. So the first scenario that I'll talk about, or the first case study, is going to be at the decentralized levels. Remember, the focus of this presentation is service delivery. So we do know that district councils are mandated through decentralization to deliver on public services. But yet you find that there are a lot of issues that have come up from district councils, issues to do with misallocation of resources, issues to do with patronage and clientelism, where you'd hear that TA such and such is being favored because the member of parliament comes from that area, where you have another TA that is greatly deprived. You'd have one project that's being funded by multiple partners. So there are really a lot of ethical issues in the local councils, mostly because of lack of strengthened and institutionalized multi-stakeholder platforms that provide information that can be provided to all multi-stakeholders to ensure that the delivery of services, beginning with the planning of services, is informed by data, the delivery is informed by data, the monitoring is also informed by data. So I'd like to bring a model, an insight, an example of our work in this space. We've used an approach that is called the SDG hotspots approach. So this approach simply means, or what it entails, is that you strengthen the access, availability, and the use of data by all service providers at the district council, going all the way up to the national levels. So where the planning process starts from in the local councils is that they would start with the village action plans that would feed in the district development plans. This is a cycle of planning that they have. But the practice has been, like I said, the provision of services is not informed by that data. So using this approach, there are five steps that we have engaged in. This is where you use data. You make provision of that data. You ensure that there's data that's being provided by the government service providers, but also other non-state actors that are working at the districts, like the NGOs. And then that data will help identify communities that are suffering. And then from that data, you draw a multidimensional poverty map, for example, or a hotspots map that will show you in real time the levels of deprivation at the district. So if you pull out the map of the district, it will show you down to the level of the GVH based on thematic areas, which areas are in red. These are the hotspots. These are completely deprived, and some that are in the yellow and some that are in the green. And then this data is made available to the multi-stakeholder platform at the district, the DEC, and also it is taken down to the actual communities to come up with an action plan. And then using the multi-stakeholder platform, financing mechanisms for the action plan are identified, and then you have informed evidence-based service delivery. So this is how the system works. We have digitized, or we have supported the digitization of the village action planning process as a way of ensuring that there's transparency in the data that comes from the communities. Because previously, these village action plans, these district development plans were done, printed, shelved in the district council offices. And then that was difficult because this data was only accessible to a small segment of stakeholders. But now, from the first picture, we have digitized the process. We are working in 3 districts currently, Palombe and Sanje. If you go on the website of these district councils, it will take you to the hotspots map. So the process has been digitized so that all that information now is available to all stakeholders. From that information, you have the hotspots map. I put that out from a live map from Palombe. So in whatever thematic area you'd be interested in, it will give you a hotspots map. So this has encouraged or has enhanced the accountability of the district council because they have no basis for taking boreholes to TAX when the map shows that the area of deprivation is in area Y, for example. So that's where the process starts from, where we have digitized the process with the aim of ensuring that there's openness, there's transparency in the data that's coming from the communities. You have the visualization aspect, and then at the end there, you have now community development projects that are informed from the data. So the field that you see there, I wish I had done a before and after. This was one of the most food insecure areas in Gunda in Palombe district. But from the hotspots assessment, now attention was given to develop irrigation schemes. And the multi-stakeholder platforms that I talked about, this irrigation scheme was jointly supported by the Irish Aid, UNDP, FAO, but also the Ministry of Local Government. So as an insight, one of the things that can help sustain multi-stakeholder platforms is when we create demand-driven impetus for coordinated service delivery. Because I know that we have a lot of multi-stakeholder platforms, right? But the practice is that sometimes these multi-stakeholder platforms are not long-sustaining. And usually when a partner like UNDP, for example, comes up with an initiative like this, the criticism is always, but this is going to be project-based. What happens when this project phases out? But if you create citizen demand-driven need for multi-stakeholder platforms, because currently now the citizens in Palombe district, for example, have seen the power that a multi-stakeholder platform can do in providing a monitoring function to hold their district council accountable. So whatever multi-stakeholder platforms that we have, it is important that they are citizen-driven, because usually I think they are top-down. We sit in a conference like this, we sit in a board meeting, and then some institutions come up, some multi-stakeholder platforms come up without the citizens having to understand the power of those multi-stakeholder platforms. Another important takeaway from my experience is that for multi-stakeholder platforms to work also, they need to demonstrate the benefits for all stakeholders. I think Juliet, as she introduced me, she was talking about how we have realigned our governance portfolio in UNDP. So 2 years back, our work in the governance portfolio in UNDP was institutional based, where we work with the Ministry of Local Government on a project, the Ministry of Finance, ACB, or Office of the Ombudsman, for example. And now when you start talking about multi-stakeholder platforms, there is always a skepticism. There's always a fear of people losing out on their space, right? Usually as people, I think we are used to being in our comfort zone. You're used to working within the confines of your institution. But when you start talking about multi-stakeholder platforms, bring this data, bring this information, people usually are, kind of not comfortable. But on the onset, I think it's important that it is made clear what the end goal of these multi-stakeholder platforms, but also as much as possible, demonstrate the leadership of these multi-stakeholder platforms should demonstrate the benefits for all stakeholders. And I also have an example in question. When we started on this initiative, where we said we'd want to empower the communities to make data available for a variety of stakeholders, you see in the first picture, that is a traditional way of village action planning. Alangizi, as we know them, the extension workers, they go out to the communities, sit down, what are your problems? It's manually done. Now, when we said we are digitizing the process because we want the hotspots to be displayed, most of the extension workers had a sort of fear to say, what's going to happen to our work? Are we becoming irrelevant now? If the communities can have access to these tablets, then what is going to happen to us? But we had to demonstrate to say this does not take away your work. Actually, this is there to strengthen your work, because at the end of the day, you'll be able to target service delivery using evidence-based data. I would also want to, in a few minutes, also just share some insights of some of the lessons that we have learned working at a more national level in the area of service provision. I talked about innovation earlier, as I was saying that the expectations of the adoption of this Malawi 2063 have been raised up high. As a public service, we need to do things differently. So innovative service delivery is one of the areas that we're also working with, and a public sector innovation initiative. When we started, I think it took us 2 years to roll out because the innovation landscape was really very fragmented. You have a lot of institutions in the public service in one way or the other that are mandated to lead on public service innovation, but not working with each other. So even just for us to identify, to say who is going to be lead on this project, it was difficult. But then one thing that has really worked to push this innovation forward is, again, the demonstration of the relevance of different stakeholders. For example, in the Office of the President and Cabinet, there is a Department of Innovation. In the Office of the Vice President, you have the public sector reforms. They also deal with innovative reforms. You have the National Commission for Science and Technology. They also work on science, technology, and innovation. You have the Ministry of Labor. They also work on innovation. You have the Ministry of Education. There's a Department of Innovation. You have the public universities. They also work on innovation, and now they have organized themselves into an innovation coordination team. And then there was UNDP trying to champion the whole process. But really now we have a very vibrant multi-stakeholder platform that is jointly being led by these institutions, where the institutions have identified the areas of strength in their mandate, and together they are leading on this initiative. So right now, there's a public sector innovation challenge that went out. I'm sure some of you heard about it. It's being driven by this team, and the councils have been targeted in the first round. I also have here another picture that also demonstrates the power of multi-stakeholder platforms or engagement in ensuring or enhancing ethical, transparent, and innovative service delivery. These are a team of trainers that went out to the district councils to prepare them for the upcoming public sector innovation challenge. And here you have representatives from the schools of government, you have MIM representatives, you have SDI, you have OPC, you have the Ministry of Finance, you have NCST. I see the Deputy Auditor General, she's there, she's part of the trainers. But again, this is a model of multi-stakeholder engagement that allows that actors are able to make information, data available, and allows that you close off on information asymmetries that in the end can lead to an accountability or an ethical behavior. So this is what I had this morning. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Well, I think she deserves a big one, big round of applause. Thank you so much, Christina. Maybe she will still remain there to take 1 or 2 questions. Yeah, yes. Yeah, thank you, Honorable Ombudsman.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Christina. That's a really interesting presentation. I want to pick you up on the very last part of your presentation, where I think in demonstrating how this multi-stakeholder thing works, you have said it is also about closing off information asymmetries so that they can be more transparent and ethical delivery of public services. What support is there from UNDP to a gap that we continuously see on the part of ourselves as complaints handling providers? In this case, outside the Anti-Corruption Bureau, Office of the Ombudsman, Malawi Human Rights Commission, maybe now the Independent Police Complaints Commission, where we are handling complaints and referring complaints to each other because of our obvious overlaps in the mandates. But there isn't really a coherent system for that, for those referrals. And perhaps in the end, it leads to some lapses in the service delivery. So when you talk of something that you're calling mechanisms for multi-stakeholder engagement, what space is there for such a mechanism to be provided to these complaints handling institutions with support from UNDP? Is this an area that you could explore and invest in, where we have a kind of multi-sectoral referral pathways that is really coordinating, speaking to each other so that we provide our services in an ethical and also accountable manner? You have a complaint that moves from these offices 1 year down the line, the complainant has not been served. Someone is sending a complaint, dear Ombudsman, we think this sits with your mandate. They don't even enclose the original complaint. By the time you write back for them to give it back to you, or sometimes when they refer, you read, you say, no, I actually think this should go to such and such institution. So there are those gaps that could use this trying to lead mechanism for multi-stakeholder engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ombudsman. I think we can take another question up there.
In your presentation, you mentioned that the initiative is both at the local level and the national level. I just wanted to understand, you gave an example, for example, Palombe, where you are able to intervene to assist the vulnerable society, locality. I'm now interested to know how this can work if we are to mainstream it in government functions, like at the district level, for example. We know councillors are responsible for decision making. So if your model shows that a vulnerable group is in a certain locality, but then councillors, because they have political power to make decisions, they make decisions that are contrary to the model that has shown us that the intervention would benefit a particular society than the other. I don't know how this works. Similarly, at the national level, I don't know how that can work, whereby we need intervention of stakeholders, but then maybe Parliament decides to make decisions that are contrary to what this model suggests. I don't know how can we approach this?
Thank you so much. Maybe for now you can handle the two before we move on to the other questions.
Thank you very much for your feedback and reflections. It is quite true, Madam Ombudsman, that the gap that you allude to, the information asymmetry problem across the various oversight mechanisms. So I think a few months ago, we had consultations on this big strategic framework that UNDP is trying to support on over the next 3 years, also to pick up on the coordination of various institutions. My colleague Juliet leads directly on that oversight mechanisms. So maybe I would ask Juliet to chip in more details on the complaints handling mechanisms, if it is one of the areas that has been considered. But if not, would be happy to take it up in our next cycle of programming, because certainly it is a gray area. I'd like to come to the second question about the model that we have sort of piloted in Palombe, Sanje, and Chikwawa. So this model was first used in a number of Latin American countries. So on one of the engagements, I think our resident coordinator had sat on one of the platforms where Brazil and other countries were presenting how this hotspots platform has really helped turn around issues of accountability, especially abuse of politicians, right? And in these countries, it has been used as a central level type of monitoring tool. Actually, in Honduras, I'd heard that the president had a screen in his office where every morning he would, go to this platform and check the hotspots, and then would follow up with his ministers to say, I see areas of deprivation in these geographical dimensions. Can you tell me what your ministry is doing to address this? So as UNDP Malawi, we had to engage government to say, this looks like a good model that can enhance transparency. But at that time, in 2018, the agreement was that if you look at the population dynamics divide in Malawi, over 70% of the people live in the rural areas. So if you're talking about service delivery, I think we should start to look at these people that are in the rural areas. It was also decided then that because service provision is a mandate that has been decentralized to the councils, this system should start to be piloted in the district councils. But right now, we recently had discussions about the possibility of having this model being replicated at the national level. And we had to bring on board relevant stakeholders like the National Planning Commission. There was a visit to the districts to hear the insights from the districts to the communities. So the National Planning Commission, EP&D, NSO as the custodians of national level data have been in a cycle of discussion to explore how this can be replicated upwards. But I think your other question was to say now enforcement, right? The enforcement of, to say, okay, we have seen hotspots in this area, but you'd still have a decision contrary by duty bearer, so and so. How do we really enforce? What oversight accountability mechanisms can we really use to enforce? Because we all know having data is one thing, but having to use that data is also another thing. So like I explained, I think it's important that we strengthen all forms of accountability. We strengthen the citizen voice, people to be able to access, this data when it's been made available to them, to follow up on them, but also strengthening multi-stakeholder platforms. Because, for example, in Nsanje, there is a certain CSO that has advocated, pushed for a construction of a clinic in one of the tiers from this platform. So if you also have other oversight mechanisms like CSOs and other multi-stakeholders to enforce, I think that would also be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I think there was another question that was thrown back to me. Before we take further questions, maybe just briefly, Madam Ombudsman, that, yeah, I think recently, as she has put it, that we have been working to putting together some of the oversight areas and institutions involved. So it's an area that, yes, UNDP has got a lot of interest in, and we are currently developing a human rights access to justice and the rule of law program document that now outlines everything in a more broader way so that we are more focused and see how we're going to strategize. And that's what's going to support us in moving forward with that area. And complaints handling is one of the biggest areas that we're looking into with the Office of the Ombudsman, MHRC, the IPCC, and the others, the judiciary. So yeah, it's an area that we will continue talking together as we are developing the program document currently. Thank you so much. I'll just get maybe 2 more questions because we will have to be going into our group work now to discuss more of what actually Christina has introduced to us, but we are going to be focusing on procurement. Any more people that want to ask?
Thank you so much. I was listening with keen interest, more especially on the issue to do with the importance of multi-stakeholder approach. And here, in a nutshell, I'll be talking of my understanding is on how decisions can be made using available data, which may be shared across the stakeholders. I think as much as it is a question, it would also be a comment, more especially to the Honorable Ombudsman, in terms of how she may assist the MDAs in as far as information sharing is concerned. Allow me to cite an example. There was a program which they called Accelerated Program for Economic Integration, which involved Malawi, Mauritius, Seychelles, Mozambique, in terms of trade exchange and as well as exchange of various skills in terms of employment. I work for the immigration. Everything was done within the other stakeholders from the Malawi Revenue Authority to the Minister of Trade, Minister of Labor, until when everything was about to be implemented, when the issue was brought to the attention of the immigration. And paperwork had already exchanged hands between the 5 countries per se, but without the involvement of the immigration department, who controls anything to do with businesses in terms of who comes in to invest, as well as who comes in to work in Malawi. And then there were several questions that were raised. You have made all these proposals. The registration in place in terms of whatever you're saying, as per our mandate as immigration, is saying A, B, C, D. And then people were like, where are we? We are already at this advanced stage. And where was immigration? We said, no, it is you, because it's you who has come to us. So where do you want us to fit in when whatever has been agreed upon already is not in tandem with the current legislation? So you'd notice that as much as there is this importance of stakeholder approach, I think it is common problem within the government sector that would always want to work in competition with the other than combining hands and joining hands to make things move as we would want them to be. But the traditional in the government, unlike to what you have presented, is quite different. So I think it's something that Honorable Ombudsman, in most of the reports, if you may overemphasize the importance of the stakeholder approach, because we always work in isolation as much as we would want to join hands. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that question. I think the Ombudsman would like to handle some of the issues raised. Okay, you have your mic. Okay, good.
Thank you so much. I'll donate 1 minute to Madam Chipiro Mangulama, the Deputy Director of Legal Services, to speak to the issue of what happens after a determination has been released. I think it came up. It's important that our colleagues from MDAs and parastatals learn this. Then the other one, again, to Chipiro and the Deputy Director for Investigations, Martha, on overemphasizing the need for multi-stakeholder approaches, even as we issue determinations, because sometimes you may fault immigration for doing certain things, but you find that the problem is actually at the Auditor General's office or Accountant General's office. And we are increasingly bringing all possible parties to the table so that they can be discussing. So my 1 minute to Chipi and the other minute to Martha. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I think I'll just briefly address the gentleman from immigration to say that we actually do have a similar complaint to what you're saying, where certain processes were done, certain visas were granted. So they were granted in a scenario where, as you said, there's supposed to be certain officers working together. But in the end, there's so many officers involved, but in the end, it will almost be as if it's immigration who will end up focusing on, because as you said, there are other institutions who took certain actions without necessarily considering immigration. So we'll do our very best to take on your suggestion, and the Ombudsman is empowered under the law that where she finds that there are gaps or there are systems which can be improved, then she gives such recommendations. So we'll take into account what you're saying, that there needs to be, we need to address the issue of stakeholder approach and to ensure that maybe immigration is not working in isolation, or that in the end, blame is not placed on immigration. So we'll look at everything in its totality. On the question of what happens after determination has been released, so we will normally send the determination to the controlling officer, because as we're conducting our investigations, normally we'll send letters to the controlling officer. So we follow that same channel and send it to the controlling officer. And in terms of the complainant, we'll send it to the last address that they gave us, or if there's no such address, then as an office, before we have inquiries, we usually go for what we call a tracing exercise, where we go and trace the complainant, because we are aware that the people who use our services are sometimes in very, very remote areas. They might not have access to phones, so we go and trace them. So we usually go and deliver the determinations to them. In terms of all other Malawians, then we make sure that we post the determinations on our website. So one can also have access to the determinations in that fashion. And then I think Martha wanted to add one more.
Thank you. I'll talk on the importance of the stakeholder approach. Let me start by giving a background to this. I recall that in the past years, we used to have what we call the body of case handling institutions. This body was coordinating all institutions which are in the governance sector. And it used to work well in that we could see what's happening on the other end. But I think with passage of time, I think there were problems of funding, because it was mostly existing because it was being funded by our development partners. So it stopped functioning. But taking that model, it really worked in Malawi. We were able to share notes as institutions in this area. We were able not to duplicate efforts, because our experience is that some complainants, I'll talk in terms of the complaint handling institutions, they like justice shopping. They would lodge the same complaint in the Malawi Human Rights Commission, Office of the Ombudsman, and sometimes in the ACB as well. But with that body, we used to share notes and we could see what's happening, and just to advise those complainants to follow one route, because it leads to waste of resources. So it's really indeed important just to stress that it's important, just as the presenter said, that the stakeholder approach is important. So right now, what we are doing as Office of the Ombudsman, we have in our strategic plan what we call strengthening referral systems. So what we're doing with this is we contacted the institutions that we usually share the complaints, like ACB, the Legal Aid Department, Legal Aid Bureau rather, and Human Rights Commission. So we are able to use that currently. It's working, but it has got its own gaps as well, because sometimes we wanted something that could work in a cycle, whereby when we refer a complaint, let's say to ACB or to MHRC, we should at a point be able to get feedback on how that complainant, after, for example, 6 months, to know how they have been assisted, rather than just to refer to each other complaints and then we don't know the outcome. But as well, that there's been a debate over that, to say if we follow that route, perhaps it may also lead to sort of like chasing each other, although we want the outcome to the complainant, but it's like once we refer a case, let's trust the other organ to do its work properly. So there's been such gaps, but we are working towards seeing what could be the common ground, whereby we don't see any duplication of efforts. We don't see whether we are like, we seem like we are chasing the other, but we should be working in a coordinated way as complaint handling institutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the Office of the Ombudsman, for that. Do you want to add anything to that? I think it's been well explained, at least you.
Maybe I just wanted to comment on two things. I think it's the institutionalization of multi-stakeholder platforms. I think we need a more higher level type of institutionalizing of these structures. I think from where we sit as development partners, I wanted to touch on the point that she said, to say that there was a body that was sort of coordinating these multi-stakeholder partners, but once the development partners support fell off, this institution also fell off. I think it's very common from where we sit to say that we support a start of a multi-stakeholder platform, but once the project has phased out or that support is no longer there, it falls out. So I think that's something that we need to think through to say, how do we sustain these multi-stakeholder platforms? And again, I also just wanted to comment on the other point that she made, to say that where public institutions hold each other accountable, it's not witch hunting, but it is also important that as public institutions, we also hold each other accountable. And I find that this is also a very missing form of accountability that we see. We'd wait for citizens to put us on our feet, but there's really very little effort as public institutions to check up on each other. So it's not witch hunting, but remember, as a public servant, you're supposed to be ethical, you're supposed to be transparent, and that also involves checking on your fellow public servant. Thank you.
I guess we can give her another round of applause now. Thank you so much, Christina. I think that was very important that we go through this to understand the importance of the multi-stakeholder working. And I think it's unfortunate what you said, the way the Office of the Ombudsman, Human Rights Commission, and the others, ACB, it's true that people go to different institutions and register the same complaint, but maybe what drives the people to go to different institutions? Is it that their expectations were not met when they expected for them to be assisted? Because I think I've seen cases like that. It'll go to legal aid, it'll go to MHRC. When they wait, perhaps there are ways that we also need to devise on how we handle our complainants, because at times the case is really urgent and the person doesn't feel assisted, and they'll hop from one institution to the other. How do we best support them? And also, how do we best strengthen our working together and ensuring that there's no duplication and wasting of resources whilst the complainants are also adequately assisted? Anyway, so let's now go into the group work. We haven't done so much well on time since we kind of also started a bit late. I'll just take you through what we are going to do in the group work. There's a story. There's a story that we are going to deliberate on and answer a few questions. So it will be beamed here. I wanted to read. So my eyes are not seeing. So there's a case study. The case study that we are going to look at. So this is concerning procurement, and during COVID-19 pandemic, we can just imagine how things were that time, how services were like at Kamu Central Hospital, big hospitals, small hospitals, and the gaps that were there, the challenges they were facing. Remember people mobilizing resources just to make sure that there are ventilators provided in certain hospitals because there was so much scarcity of the equipment that is required. So I'll read through. So this group activity will involve discussing in small groups an ethical dilemma faced by many public hospitals around the world due to the need for rapidly procuring sufficient medical equipment and supplies to treat COVID-19 patients. So we remember how the demand was like. You want the ventilators, but you want them now because the patients are now and are here and they are dying. But the processes for you to follow. So, so the expected results of this activity, be ready to report on the potentially different opinions, maybe, of group members on the following guiding questions related to the fictitious case. I don't know if I should start with the questions before the actual story itself. Okay, because I wanted to give you the story first. So we have Fatani, who is a director of procurement in a large public hospital in a big city during the grips of the COVID-19 pandemic, and is responsible for ensuring that the hospital has sufficient equipment and supplies to treat the large surge of patients needing medical care due to COVID-19. The situation is so dire and urgent as the hospital does not currently have the sufficient equipment and supplies to treat people coming in with COVID-19 symptoms. Also, doctors and nurses feel vulnerable as they do not have sufficient personal protective equipment, and many of them are falling ill, creating staff shortage. I think that happened in Malawi. We had a lot of doctors falling sick, nurses falling sick, no one to look after the other. So Fatani is really under pressure and feels relieved when she remembers her old friend Temwa, who owns a medical equipment and supplies company named WellCare. And then Fatani calls Temwa, and at the end of the call, they have an agreement that Fatani's order for equipment and supply will get utmost priority in WellCare's manufacturing orders, putting other small hospitals behind this order. WellCare's manufacturing orders. Okay, so Temwa also agreed that the order that Fatani would be placing is so large, she would get a 10% discount on that order. So we're just imagining Fatani is working at KCH and we are putting the district hospitals to wait for her procurement. And then Fatani is very happy that she has managed to ensure that the hospital will have the equipment and supplies needed on time. Remember, patients are dying and she really needs this quickly in the hospital, and will have the equipment and supplies on time, and that she managed to save much needed funds for the hospital because of the 10% discount. However, in order to proceed with the deal with WellCare, Fatani decides to bypass the hospital public procurement review board, as this would also slow down the process by 2 weeks. A critical period during which patients would die and doctors and nurses would remain vulnerable to the virus. So we see what's happening there. So she bypassed the procurement review board because time, the equipment had to come on time to assist the hospital. So the questions that we are going to answer: did Fatani act ethically? Why do we say she acted ethically, or why do we say she did not act ethically? And what are we saying she should have done? And did Temwa, the one now who owns the company that is making these supplies, did Temwa act ethically? Why do we say she acted ethically, and why do we say she did not act ethically? What would she, what do we say she should have done? So to discuss, so we're going to discuss this in small groups. That we should be ready to report on the opinions of the group using these guiding questions. The questions that I've read to you: did these people act ethically? Why do we say so? Or why do we say they didn't act ethically? And what do we think they should have done? In our groups, we will select a chairperson who and the rapporteur. A chair will lead in the discussion. Rapporteur will take down the notes, and we should be ready to present this later when we come back from the discussion. Yeah, I think you discussing the groups, you may do so through what's that, towards the table, listening to opinions of all group members, one on behavior of attorney and another on TEMA. So generally, we're going to discuss these questions. How do we think these two should have acted, or did they act ethically? Maybe we can have 5 groups, in which case we can count 1 to 5 so that the ones will be together and the 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s like that. We agree? Sorry? Oh, the groups are already there. We remember our groups from yesterday. Okay, come and read the groups so that we just see the hands. The first group, how many groups were there? Jambo. Walk the talk. Okay. Yes. That's group 2. Group 2. Do we have the members of that 101 group? Okay. Umuntu group? Yeah, we're here. All right, so there's a room that has been prepared just beside this other room is being used, but the first entrance we see on our left, and the tables are, so we can go and sit on those tables. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have these printed out. We'll give you the printed copies. Yeah, so I think we'll have our tea break right there. It'll be a working time, and we can be having tea right there. And we all return at 11 o'clock. That's okay, right? Yeah, thank you so much.
The groups I'll be circulating them.
We don't have to, they can join any of the groups. So maybe
Yeah. Are there any who don't have a group like me? We can choose. Yeah, you can join any of the groups. Welcome back from the group discussions. I believe we have the appetite to know what you have discussed. However, in the interest of time, we thought that maybe we can proceed with the other presentations that were supposed to happen in the morning hours, and that the reporting happens at the same time after we do the second group work. So as of now, let me hand you over to Tema, who will take us through this next session. Thank you very much.
All right. It's still morning, so I'll say good morning. Oh, or perhaps I should greet you by your group's names. Good morning, Jambo. 101 Ethics. And then Chikalidwe, Ubuntu, and my favorite, Walk the Talk. I should put some slang for that. Walk the talk. And by saying, you dig? All right, so at this juncture, I won't take much of your time. As already introduced, I am Temwa Maurice Mwo. You can even see on my tag. So this time we're going to have 2 presentations, and each presenter strictly has 15 minutes. So I believe you managed to stick to the time given. So our first presenter will be Dr. Yamikanda Sauka, who's going to present on building capacities and creating enabling ecosystem for ethical and transparent societies. So just a brief bio for Doc. He's an associate professor in the Department of Philosophy at the University of Malawi. He holds a doctorate in philosophy from the University of Science and Technology in China, a master's of research degree from the University of East Anglia, a master of arts degree from the University of Leeds, and a bachelor's degree from the University of Malawi, Chancellor College. His research interests are in the philosophy, applied ethics, and mental health, particularly in addiction studies. He's an active researcher and has published extensively in international journals such as Journal of Business Ethics Education, Frontiers in Psychology, Computers in Human Behavior, and PLOS One. He conducts research in multiple disciplines and employs different research techniques and methodologies. Dr. Ndasauka was one of the pioneers of Master of Arts in Applied Ethics program at the University of Malawi. Under the program, he teaches development ethics and environment ethics. He has also supervised students on a broad range of topics, including public sector ethics and African ethics and bioethics. Apart from COVID-19 and mental health projects and vaccine on issues of protection projects, Dr. Ndasauka has also led and is leading actually several projects of interest. He is currently principal investigator of Ubuntu and anti-doping project funded by World Anti-Doping Agency. He is also a team leader in ethics assessment of one big institution in Malawi. Through this leadership position, including head of Department of Philosophy from 2017 to 2020, he has developed leadership and team building or working skills. He leads teams in complex projects, providing technical and administrative leadership. He believes, this is what he holds, he believes in diversity and inclusivity, as evident in his publications and research teams. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Ndasauka. Thank you. Actually, as he comes, yesterday he told us not to put on jackets, but today it's him putting on a jacket.
Because I'm standing in front of you, that's why I had to put on a simple jacket. So today I'll be speaking about building capacities and creating enabling ecosystems for ethical and transparent institutions. So I'll base my talk on the model by Russo. I must say that this is an ethics model on governance of ethics in any institution. So the two topics will be related in that I'll relate the capacity building with developing ecosystems for ethical systems in institutions. So, but before I begin my discussion, I must discuss two approaches to ethics, which are compliance approach and integrity approach. These approaches have been construed as the first approach has been construed as the formal way of establishing, of institutionalizing ethics. So this approach is called reactive approach by some stakeholders because it encourages rules and regulations that there's a set of rules that each one of us must follow. So there are certain rules that each one of us must follow, and the enforcement of those rules is incumbent upon everyone. If you don't follow the rules and regulations, you'll be disciplined. So that's their first approach. It has been called reactive because it reacts. It's very important for unethical societies or unethical institutions, where you have to assess your institution, whether it is ethical or unethical. On which scale is it? Is it more unethical? Is it more ethical? Then you can employ either the compliance approach or the integrity approach. The integrity approach assumes already the good in mankind. I'll give a distinction between these by applying the philosophy of Thomas Hobbes, who saw man as a chaotic man in a society. Comparing that to John Locke, who saw a man as somebody who can live in a society. So those are two different approaches, coming in with compliance approach and integrity approach. So integrity approach, we emphasize communication, we emphasize ethical conduct in recruitment and selection, in orientation, in performance management. We include ethics, we inculcate ethics in all those programs. In training, we train people as regards the ethics conduct, how to conduct themselves ethically, and implementing and monitoring ethics policies. So it's a more proactive way of avoiding ethical misconduct. So, basing on those two approaches, this is a model that has been proposed, I think, by Russo. I said that by Russo, one of the leading ethics scholars in South Africa. He has developed this model where at the top there's leadership commitment and then there are governance structures. So if in an institution there's no leadership commitment to ethics, the institution will dwindle as long as performance of ethics is concerned. This is very crucial. We talk of tone at the top. Tone at the top is very relevant because it sets the tone that if somebody at the top emphasizes ethics, leaves ethics, then the whole system we learn by looking out at our leaders. So if the leaders are ethical, if the leaders walk the talk, as my group name is, as one of my groups, yesterday's groups, I abandoned them. So if the leadership is walking the talk on ethics, you don't expect that the members of staff will be unethical, because you'll be demanding the same respect from the lower ranks. So there are governance structures there. Governance structures, ethics governance structures. You have an ethics office. For example, MRA has an ethics office. Reserve Bank of Malawi has an ethics office. I don't know about other institutions. Other institutions have integrity committees. It comes under that, ethics governance structures. So in your governance systems, you should do an ethics risk assessment. That is very important for to develop an ecosystem of ethics. You need to do an ethics risk assessment, what my colleague Sarah was talking about yesterday. Identify those risks, and then you know which areas to focus on. For example, ethics risks that are involved in customs at MRA are not the same ones as immigration officers face. So you must differentiate between the two. These ones face different ethical risks. These ones face different ethical risks. So you must also have an ethics strategy and ethics code and policies. You must also find ways of institutionalizing ethics. For example, having a newsletter that members of staff would be going through, having talk shows on ethics. All that institutionalized helps to awaken the consciousness of employees towards ethics. These issues, we say that people forget them easily. You talk of ethics today, and then you go to your busy offices, and then you begin to forget these issues that we have been discussing here. So a constant reminder of those issues plays a major role. A constant reminder of the expectations that the organization has on its employees plays a key role. So you must also monitor and report. Monitor and report. What are the issues that are coming up? What are the reporting channels? I liked Sarah's presentation yesterday because she separated the ethics office from the compliance office. She said that those ones should be two separate offices. So the ethics office is mandated to encourage these ethical conducts. When it has a report that such and such as have conducted themselves inappropriately, then they refer that case to the HR or the compliance officer. Then that office is responsible for initiating disciplinary actions. But to combine the two officers, it will create, people fear the office. People fear the office that, hey, if I report my colleague to this office, they'll get punished. So there's also another important factor there of institutionalizing ethics in ethics governance. There's an independent external assessment. There's need for an external eye to your ethics management. An external eye looks at the whole procedures of ethics management. How are people, what are the reporting structures that you have? Are they working? What are the ethics risks that you must concentrate on? So an external eye looks at the whole ethical culture and climate of an organization. So he or she makes some recommendations. Because when you are assessing people, when you are doing your job as an ethics officer or a chair of an ethics integrity office, institutional integrity committee, these people do not talk to you. People are not free to talk to you. But when you have an external eye to look at your policies, to talk to the people, to see what is working and what is not. It helps in creating that ethics culture. So, whose capacity must we build? Previous slide, please. Or is it this one? Okay, I've got it. Okay, so whose capacity must we build? As we can see from the structure, we need to build capacities of leadership. We need to build capacity of governance structures. We need to build capacity of the whole employees. In what areas can we build this capacity? There are 3 levels of building capacities. There's one level, cognitive competence, there's behavioral competence, and managerial competence. These are levels. The cognitive competence makes you aware of the ethical dilemmas, that you can distinguish that this is an ethical dilemma. Its main focus is to impart knowledge in be it the training participants. Its main focus is to impart knowledge. So for example, I'm saying value-based education, short-term. So it's short-term. Cognitive competences, you just acquire knowledge, that you are knowledgeable that this conduct is ethical, this conduct is unethical. You have that knowledge. But behavioral competence goes beyond the cognitive competence. Yes, cognitive competence is very important and very necessary, because in Plato's thinking, you cannot, ignorance is vice, right? That's the old generation. They thought that ignorance is vice. If you have knowledge, you act in a right manner. That has been contested in modern research. Even if you have right knowledge, even if you know that this thing is right and wrong, you still do the wrong thing. So behavioral competences tries to address that gap between knowledge and behavior. So the methods that are employed in that training will be different from the methods that will be employed in cognitive competence. So at the University of Malawi right now, we are trying to find a contextual methodology that we can imply. We have identified some methods, like for example, moral identity method, moral identity-based method, giving voices to values, as well as case study method. So we are trying to experiment those methods on students to see if they can really change their behavior and attitudes towards ethics. I think 2 years or 3 years from now, we'll be able to come up with a method that is working. It is contextual for Malawi. I must say the behavioral competence also goes a long way, along with what Aristotle said about phronesis or practical wisdom, to say that ethics, you don't teach ethics in class. You cannot expect that somebody will be seated in an ethics class, even if he sits in that class for 2 years and goes out there, he'll behave differently. You cannot expect that. Ethics is not taught by classroom. Ethics is taught by living ethics. When he meets a situation, an ethical dilemma, when he passes through that dilemma, then he learns or she learns lessons. You encourage them to learn on their own. That's the way, for example, pottery. You cannot get a person to sit in a classroom and teach them how to make pots. You have theories of how to make pots, but giving a pot to make, it will be impossible for them. So Aristotle says that for a man to acquire practical wisdom, he has to practice. That will create in him a habit. Habit formation is all about practicing. So behavioral competences I'm saying it's long-term and it requires mentorship. For example, here the different people, different positions, different ranks, you mentor your own candidates. For example, you mentor juniors to behave ethically. They should not be, if they stumble, if they have a stumbling block on ethical performance, on their ethical behavior, they should not be afraid to come to tell you. When they meet their ethical dilemmas, they should not be afraid to come to you, so that you mentor them, you train them in the behavioral competence, so that you shape their behavior by and by. So the managerial competence, this is majorly for managing ethics. We have said that there's risk management, there's human resource management. There must also be ethics management in every organization. We are competently saying, okay, we are competently saying that there is risk management. We have to manage risks of an organization. We are saying that we have to manage human resource. But if there is no ethics management in an organization, the ecosystem that I was talking about will not be created. So these are skills that are placed upon controlling officers as well as those in charge of governance of ethics. Kuti, how should we manage institutionalize ethics? How can we institutionalize ethics? So I've got 2 minutes. So the leadership needs cognitive competence, needs behavioral competence that they may lead, and they need managerial competence that they act in a way or like ethics champions. The managers of ethics need cognitive competence as well as behavioral competence as well as managerial competence, so that they know how to institutionalize ethics in their different institutions. Staff need cognitive and behavioral competences. So the qualifiers, I'm still on the ecosystem. The qualifiers of an ethical system is that organization must create trust among individuals. Not like what the ombudsman has done by not giving us our allowances, thinking that we'll not come back here. That's not creating a mutual trust. But if you had trusted us with those resources, we would have given you our trust back by coming to this workshop. So there must be trust among all players, and there must be ethical leadership. I'm just saying that if there's top leadership, ethical leadership, and mid-level, all we need is that level. We need mid-level managers and top managers. Ethics will be there in an institution without the commitment, because even if the president says that you have to be ethical, he cannot monitor your everyday moves. So, but the mid-level managers are the ones who interact with actual staff, with actual supervisors. They are the ones who are better placed to manage ethics in an organization. The disqualifiers: organization unfairness, abusive manager behavior, selfish orientation, lack of awareness of ethical nature of conduct, fear of retaliation that was covered yesterday, especially from line managers, lack of trust in an institution. So I'm saying that for ethics, in order to build a capacity for ethics managers, ethics employees, we need to contextualize factors. We need, for example, to discuss the issue that has been coming along. For example, kinship. What is the role? We cannot dismiss the social capital or the kinship that is available in our societies. Honorable Grace mentioned this yesterday, that we feel closer to our brothers we feel like we're one family. When you are working when you're in a working relationship, you feel you develop those bonds. So to report that person to an ethics, to a compliance officer, even if they encourage you with some monies, you not report them. So we must find a way of navigating, of discussing how we can navigate through such contextual factors, because such factors may not play along in the individualistic societies, for example. Such factors will not be there, but they must be discussed and adequately addressed as contextual factors in the development of ethics. So a lot of focus, we must place a lot of focus on behavioral competences. I've dwelt much on behavioral competence. That cognitive competence is important, yes, but we must focus more on the behavioral component. The role of Department of Philosophy at the University of Malawi, I'm concluding, it has an MA in applied ethics. It's also offering short courses on ethics management and critical thinking for managers. It also does ethics assessment for institutions, different institutions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Doc. I think we can do better than that. Another round of applause. Thank you. It's not like we don't trust you, we trust you. So I said, I will respond to that. Yeah, only that we want to make ethics practical. In ethics, there is patience. All right, thank you, Doc. Right now, we're going to have Mr. Collins Maeso Jambo, who's going to do a presentation on strengthening capacity for ethical behavior, integrity, and accountable public service. Strengthening capacity for ethical behavior, integrity, and accountable public service. Just a brief bio for Mr. Maeso Jambo. He is currently the acting Director of Training, Research and Consultancy for Malawi Institute of Management, MIM. He has a pivotal role of conducting key consultancies to do with areas of leadership, management skills, professionalism, ethics, turnaround strategies, strategic plan, marketing, corporate governance, and human development, just to mention a few. He obtained his Bachelor's of Education, that's in science, from the Chancellor College, University of Malawi in 1990, and further awarded an honors degree, Bachelor's of Education in science as well in 1992. He further studied Anthropology, Fisheries Science at Rhodes University in South Africa, and obtained his Master's of Science degree in 1997. Upon completion of his master's degree in fisheries science, he joined the Department of Fisheries, where he worked as a principal of Malawi College Fisheries before he was appointed as the divisional fisheries officer responsible for southern region of Malawi. He studied for Masters of Business Administration with UNIMA. That was in 2008. Just before concluding his master's degree in business administration with UNIMA, he served as Group Human Resource Development Manager for Southern Bottlers Limited and Kazbek, Malawi. In his early career, Mr. Collins Jambo has championed turnaround projects in both public and private sector, whilst applying extensive expertise in leadership management, and training, research, human resource management, strategic plan formulation, financial and management, budget formulation, just to mention a few. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Collins Jombo has a vibrant record of conducting consultancies, as he has coordinated national and international assignments regarding development and implementation of human resource strategies. May I present to you Mr. Jombo at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen. Hands for him.
Thank you very much. I'll give you exactly 15 minutes because the previous presenters have actually preempted all my slides. And especially the one which Dr. Ndasauka has just finished. First of all, I want to ask a question. How ethical are you personally? 1 to 10. Keep the answer to yourselves. Okay, how many of you have deleted messages in your phone this week? Why have you deleted them? Right. Another question. How many of you have actually pushed the door when in actual fact, it's well labeled pool? You don't trust yourself? You don't trust yourself. My last question. How many of you have a password on your cell phone? Everybody, huh? These are simple issues of ethics, integrity, vis-a-vis what Dr. Ndasauka has just said, compliance and integrity approach towards ethics. Right, so I'll make a presentation on strengthening capacities of ethical behavior, integrity, and accountable public service. And I'll make a particular reference to the Malawi Institute of Management, because that's the center of delivery when it comes to training of public service in Malawi. And the sister institution is in Blantyre and Pemba Staff Development Institute. I'll quickly go through the contents first. First of all, I'll quickly look at the MIMS mandate, this brief background, the approach which we undertake to strengthen the ethical behavior, integrity, and also the synergy which exists between the Sustainable Development Goals, the 2030 Agenda, and particularly the Malawi 2063 Agenda, which is a domestication of some of the SDGs. And I'll also make a presentation briefly on the best practices we have learned so far, and then thereafter, a conclusion. MIM was established by an act of parliament in 1989 to provide training programs in leadership and management for the public sector and the private sectors and all other interested parties in the statutory bodies and also the SCOs. In this case, we are saying that MIM in particular serves as a center of capacity building
through research, innovation, data collection, and analysis. In its operations, MIM is deep-rooted to its core values, which are excellence, ethics, integrity, teamwork, innovation, and efficiency, wherever we are hired to deliver the training programs in terms of long-term programs, short-term programs, consultancies, and research. My colleague yesterday, I've forgotten the name, he actually clicked on this slide, that the issues of ethics and integrity is just two issues on one side of a coin. And at MIM, we actually look at those as the ethical issues, which have been covered in other slides by previous presenters. We believe that ethics is to do about telling the truth, uphold the moral standards of the job, respect your workmates, and also give credit where it is due. When it comes to integrity, already covered by the previous speakers, at MIM, we believe that thou shalt not abuse your position. You have to always prioritize collaboration. You have to value cultural diversity, meet the deadlines, which is a very typical root cause of ethics in the public service, practice transparency, and approach challenges with courage. In one way or another, the Malawi Institute of Management looks at integrity in four perspectives. One, on the far right, here, there's general practice. In general practice, there are issues of integrity. In teaching and learning, there are also issues of integrity. In issues of research, there are issues of integrity. And in public service, there are issues of integrity. But you look at the components of these facets, you recognize that they're almost the same. They're almost the same. We're talking the same thing about integrity. Now, as Malawi Institute of Management, with particular reference to leadership and management, we have advocated a lot of programs. And our key issues in terms of ethics and integrity have been professionalism, efficiency and effectiveness, accountability, transparency, integrity, equity, and inclusive promotion of participation. Those from ACB, you may reckon that we have used the National Anti-Corruption Bureau facets or dimensions to incorporate in our delivery of our services. The contextual background. Let us make reflections, quick reflections. Globally, the issue of corruption is rampant. It is indicated by the United Nations that the whole issue of corruption began a long time ago during the Roman Empire. And the Roman Empire collapsed because of corruption, because of ethical issues, because of integrity issues, because of immoral issues, etc., etc. And in that documentation by the UN, it is indicated that by 2045, the corruption will be worse. Now, this actually echoes the issue of strengthening mechanisms to come into place to make sure that whatever happens in terms of corruption should not really be worse in 2045. There is an article in one of the journals which is titled, "Like Chameleons, civil servants and corruption in Malawi. Those who have time, you can go and on the website. It's a very embarrassing article and it's published in a journal. The question is, can the Malawi public service be characterized by excellent ethical behavior, integrity, and accountability? There are 4 issues to consider. When a civil servant is at work, he or she has to ask herself a question or himself a question. Why am I doing this? If I'm doing this, what are the consequences? Yesterday, there has been a mention of performance management system. It's failing to roll out in the public service because people are afraid of consequences. When we are thinking of a public service in Malawi, we have to think of, am I using the time properly? What about the resources? It has been mentioned yesterday. People don't care what time to go to work. They don't care what time to leave work. The question is, why? What? Are we taking care of time? Are we taking care of resources? If indeed we are going to incorporate these 4 dimensions, probably by 2045, we'll have a civil service, which is characterized by ethical behavior, integrity, and accountability. A reflection. Look at what is happening. Funds are available from development partners, from one entity. By the time it reaches the grassroots, peanuts. And probably this is why UNDP now is bringing in the stakeholder implementation of activities. A lot happening. We may not say yes, a lot is happening. Thank you very much. This thank you syndrome. A lot is happening. Because I'm CEO here, nothing can happen. Now the question now is, what type of civil servant are we looking for? At MIM, we are saying we need a civil servant who is transparent, who is accountable, and who is transformative. And all this is well elaborated by the reforms in the public service. Using reforms, it has been a very, very mixed bag, whereby it has been documented that the civil service performance in terms of quality is low. And within that context, the Malawi Institute of Management has actually tried its best to look at the Malawi 2063 and make a synergy on exactly what areas of concern we should involve in the development of our training programs, targeting the public service. And you may reckon, it has been documented elsewhere, that most Malawians have lost trust and confidence in the delivery of the public services. Public service has turned out to be a favor that Malawians have to seek in hospitals, road traffic, immigration department, and in other various public sectors. I remember when I was renewing my passport, it was hell. But I had no choice. Well, the flight was in the 7 days time, but I could see that it will not work out. What happened? I had no option. Right. Yesterday, the Honorable Ombudsman was talking about electricity
I have to say that I've got also an infrastructure within. This is my second year. Electricity has not been connected. But I can foresee that there are signals that I have to now, quickly, let me just indicate what the Malawi Institute of Management is focusing in terms of ethical behavior, integrity, and accountability. What we have done is that we have looked at the Malawi 2063 on the pillars and on the enablers. UNDP made a presentation, and I think they isolated 2 enablers. At MIM, we are considering all the enablers as part and parcel of the formula. So we have partnered with several stakeholders. And the ones which you can see here are the ones which are very active now, but there are some which are not yet active, but we're in the process of making collaborations. So with those collaborators, with those affiliates, we have managed now to develop capacity building interventions, 10 of them: professionalism, ethics, and integrity training program, corporate governance, contract and procurement management program, public sector leadership and management program, new academic programs where we have injected issues of ethics and integrity, public service delivery debates, and so forth and so on, up to the public finance management. These are the active programs which we are conducting in order to strengthen the ethical behavior, integrity, and accountability. Approach and strategy. I'll just quickly mention that we have actually brought in ethics, integrity, and discipline. They should be entrenched in all the public sectors. That's our aim. And it has already been mentioned. Yesterday, the Honorable Ombudsman mentioned it. And we also want to ensure that the public service is depoliticized, which is a very critical issue. We are also there to make sure that human resource development practices are systematic. Ensure that terms and conditions of service are regularly reviewed and adhered to, and also human resource management systems are well structured and also implemented. We have also tried our best to make sure that technological innovations that improve efficiency and effectiveness of public service are delivered in a proper manner. Our strategic approach in the past 3 years has been to promote public servants, ethical awareness, and transform mindsets of ethical behavior and decision-making, enabling those participants, they attend our programs, to become change agents and lead on integrity transformations. All in all, we are saying that all the capacity building sessions implemented by MIM have enabled participants to undertake capacity assessments within their institutions, raise awareness of the concepts and practical mechanisms for integrity, but also participants have made themselves able to map and engage with key stakeholders and also develop their own roadmaps as to how to implement the ethical issues as they work day to day. Quite mathematical. We are about to develop and publish a paper, and that formula is food for thought. We believe that if indeed we are going to have an inclusively wealthy and self-reliant nation, IWSRN, we need to involve all the enablers
as a summation, we have to accomplish those enablers fully in order to be indeed inclusively wealth. But the multiplying factor is the IBEA. I don't know if that IBEA is elsewhere, but I think I just created it. Yeah, that's, I think, contribution to knowledge, Prof. So what we are saying is, if indeed we are going to achieve 2063 agenda or the 10-year implementation plan, the inclusively wealth and self-reliant nation can only be achieved if indeed those enablers are being multiplied to a bear. Without ethical behavior, integrity, and accountability, we are not going to achieve it, even given time and resources. Just to show you exactly what we are following in, it's a funnel-like model. And we are saying that at the bottom there, we have a meal, monitoring, evaluation, accountable, and learning. What we are saying is that those are the key issues we are considering to strengthen the IBEA. First of all, fundamentals of ethics and integrity, ethics, integrity, and at institutional level, and even at policy level, individual ethical behavior, strategy, action, and plans, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. Already covered by Dr. Ndasauka. That's the model we are using. There is no way we can strengthen ethical behavior if there is no leadership behavior. We have used some tools, and we are indicating there that we are using the public service regulations. We are using the Malawi public service charters. We are using the code of ethics and conduct, which is very paramount when it comes to strengthening the ethical behavior, integrity, and accountability. Some other organizations have actually come up with their own code of ethics. And we have also used the statutes, which the judge yesterday mentioned. Most importantly, we have also used the Malawi National Public Sector Reforms Policy. We have used the Money Laundering Act. These are some of the instruments we use when we are actually delivering the training programs at Malawi Institute of Management. Also partially mentioned by Dr. Ndasauka, he mentioned something to do with values, vision, voice, and virtue. At the Institute, we have borrowed this model, which was developed by Bill Grace. It's called a 4V model on ethical leadership. And we are considering this to make sure that all leaders should actually know the values of their organization, the vision of the organization, the voice of the organization and subordinates, and also the future. In terms of best practices, we want to mention here, we have actually accumulated this from other documents, but it's evident that indeed, as we are walking the talk, there has been a significant number of new laws and legal reforms that have been reviewed and adopted with reference to ethical behavior vis-a-vis the public service. We are aware that anti-corruption legislation and institutional policies have been strengthened that have moved Malawi public service to a better alignment with international standards. We cannot run away from that. It has already been mentioned here that we have representatives here from institutional integrity committees. Indeed, among the MDAs, they have been developed, established, and they are being implemented. There's been an adoption of anti-corruption measures in public sectors that has been remarkable. Finally, as a best practice, several MDAs, including local government councils, parastatals, and commissions, have developed corruption prevention policies and codes of conduct. And in other institutions, they have managed to develop their own instruments to fight corruption in the workplace. Recommendations. As Malawi Institute of Management would want to recommend that it's high time now the Malawi Public Service induction courses for senior cadres and even junior cadres to be rejuvenated and to be hosted by MIM or by Staff Development Institute. It's now almost 7 years ago when this happened, and no wonder why some of the issues of integrity, ethical behavior are actually diminishing in the public service. Secondly, we recommend that the Malawi Public Service rules and regulations, inclusive of the institutional charters, should be reinforced in MDAs. Honorable Ombudsman yesterday was talking about the hospital, whereby ladies were just sitting behind the charter, but they couldn't know it. So we are recommending that more effort should be put on making sure that people are aware of institutional charters. Thirdly, public service codes of ethics should be monitored closely by DHRMD to strengthen values and intrinsic motivation of public sectors. Fourthly, we recommend that the culture of integrity requires encouraging staff and organizations to learn from their mistakes, rather than rely on blaming and punishing. We also recommend that abstract rewards, such as the feeling of belonging to the community or to the institution, or being seen as a valuable employee, should be encouraged by those leading MDAs. There are certain bosses, they don't want to say thank you for a job well done. In terms of ethics, they normally say, that's none of my concern. And finally, we are recommending that public servants should also be considered for developmental rewards, such as training, challenging assignments, vibrant delegation of authority and responsibility. This, of course, motivates public servants to perform better, and this could quite often bring about ethical conduct among subordinates. Conclusion. I'm here to conclude with these few key points. One is that to encourage all participants here, that it's time to move forward, to make sure that corruption indeed decreases in our institutions. And I recommend that this conclusion probably should be a way forward. One, there should be always strong ethical leadership in the institutions. Already mentioned by a previous speaker, we need an effective ethic management system. We need dynamic ethics codes. We need rewarding ethical behavior, and we need to encourage continuous learning amongst our subordinates in our institutions. We should always act to prevent corruption. Needless to mention that we have to learn from the past mistakes and not repeat the mistakes. Finally, we have to encourage timely reporting of any event to do with corruption. We need ethical leadership to embrace and guide ethical behavior, integrity, and accountability for efficient and effective public service delivery. No doubt, all executives who are here must demonstrate ethical behavior in their action. One scholar, Indira Gandhi, said, when the situation needs improvement, you must be the change you wish to see in the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jambo, but you have gone down quickly. I wanted you to inspect my phone that there's no password. So yeah. All right. So at this juncture, I think we'll just take 2 or 3 questions to him and the prof on the presentations that they have made. So if you have any questions for Prof. Ndasauka or Mr. Jambo, so 2 for each with time, so that we should catch up with time. At 12:30, we're going for, so now my boss is raising a hand, but I saw this one first, ethics. So I'm confused. Dilemma, who can assist me? Dilemma here, first come, first serve, right? I'll act ethical. So there was the first hand, second hand, and then third and fourth or fifth there.
Thank you very much to the 2 speakers for quite enriching presentations that will complement each other. I particularly liked the aspect where you broke down the different competences, where you talk about cognitive competences, behavior, and then the managerial competences. And it's quite true because I think we are quick to equate capacity building with trainings. Every time we talk about capacity buildings, we talk about sending people on trainings, but you find that these trainings do not always equate to changed behavior. Now, my question is again on the multi-sectoral coordination and engagement. I'm quite impressed with the work that MIM is doing, but then what mechanisms are there for you to engage DHRMD, for example, because I see that you're doing a lot of cognitive enhancement, but there are issues that need to be picked up by the Department of Human Resource, issues of performance management, for example, reward management that reward ethical behavior. So at what level and to what extent are you engaging with relevant institutions in the public service to enhance competences beyond just the cognitive competences, but going beyond behavioral competences? Thank you.
Right. I think we'll get a second question, then we can get response. Yeah, sure. So is that for Mr. Jambo or for both? Okay, the prof and Mr. Jambo.
Thank you very much. I think my question is a little bit complementary to what Christina has asked, and it's going to both Prof and Mr. Jambo. In both your presentations, there was a mention of ethics management, and it's quite an interesting subject in ethics management. But what I wanted from both of you is, what would an ethics management framework look like in an institution, like, for example, maybe Ministry of Agriculture? What would an ethics management framework look like? The practical framework, how would, I think Prof mentioned about middle management, but I just want a picture from you, like, what would the framework look like? Thank you.
I think just 2 minutes, and then after that we'll go to Prof. 2 minutes as well.
right. Thank you very much for a good question. As of now, what the Malawi Institute of Management is doing on the mechanisms is to ensure that the starting point of all the cognitive and performance reward management issues originate from DHRMD. So on an annual basis, we submit the training needs assessment to DHRMD, and also DHRMD conduct their own training needs assessment. And we sit down and try to filter through which are of a priority. And then we make a calendar, and we start now collaborating with the public service entities such as statutory corporations and the MDAs. So I think that's what I can say on the mechanisms which are in place. When it comes to quarterly meetings, I think those are regular. We normally meet and discuss on how we are handling the cognitive training programs and also the performance and reward management systems. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I think to Prof, the framework.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to address Mr. Jambo has adequately addressed your question, but I just want to comment that aspect is indeed lacking in academia. For instance, MIM has been doing their own work. Investor Malawi has been doing its own work. Private institutions have been doing their own work. But ethics responsibility is all of us. So I was talking to Katoto, is it that we must form like a kind of network in your spirit of multi-stakeholder involvement. So I was thinking the Office of the Ombudsman might lead in this in this creation of a network. That the academia, their private sector, their public sector, all of us, we must come to our strengths, each one giving in their strengths to see how we can better our institutions in terms of ethics without any duplication of efforts, and with sharing ideas, best practices, so forth and so forth. So for example, on behavioral competences, we are just trying to, right now, I was saying that we are trying to assess a methodology, a working contextual methodology that would work in Malawi. We have read a lot of literature informing us about behavioral competences, how to develop behavior so that it is right. But we are now experimenting with a few methodologies to our students. Then a student to come to the level of actual practitioners that stage. So it might take some time if there's no multi-stakeholder engagement. I must agree with you there. On the point of ethics management framework, I would briefly say that you need an ethics office. For example, I was talking of MRA, Reserve Bank of Malawi, they have a specifically ethics office. So that ethics office is supposed to manage ethics of that institution. So it manages through ethics of that institution. For example, the ethics office that Sarah was talking about at UN, the same work would be done, but contextualized in Malawi. So the integrity committees, they have been there. They are supposed to have that function of managing ethics of an institution. I don't know how far they have been trained in that managerial competences of how to manage ethics in an institution. Like you're saying at Minister of Gender or Minister of Agriculture, there has to be an ethics. This time around, we're calling them integrity committees. Those committees have to be trained on how to institutionalize ethics, how to manage ethics of an organization. So that's what I was talking about, the essence of capacity building. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the Honorable, and there was Mr. here. believe this will be the last set of questions.
Thank you so much for the two presentations. Very enlightening and educative. Mine is more of a comment, but I'll still end it with a question. In terms of the comment, I think the content in the two presentations is very rich. And I would like to link it to the point that Mr. Jambo, is it? The second presenter made about ethics capacity building being cognitive, but also behavioral. And I think for me, what has been coming out clearly is that these are more issues of behavior, the way we've been conditioned, socialized, and everything, which is why we will still push a door that is nonetheless written poor. So to what extent, beyond the tertiary and on the job learning, are we, MIM and the others, are taking this to the nursery, where we are all coming from, primary and secondary school curricula? I'll give an example. There was a slide that the second presenter highlighted there on ethics and integrity, and I think it had pointers, tell the truth, uphold moral standards, be accountable, and so on and so forth. For integrity, it had said, don't abuse your position. I would imagine extracts of this forming content that goes to a primary school child. You know, the same way I keep telling my daughter, don't tell me lies. And she's internalized it, that when she's telling a lie, she'll say, Mommy, I know you said we must not lie, but, and she'll go on to tell me the lie. What it means is she's conscious. And then eventually when she grows up, I think she'll stop the bad part. Immediately she'll stop when she thinks of telling a lie. So I don't know how we are taking this into the curriculum across the board. Then building on this, I think it is our role as Ombudsman to coordinate with you. We need intensive public education around these issues. The content that you've given us, if we packaged it into IEC materials that we are literally distributing everywhere in the market spaces. For me, if you ask me, I can even do this at a bridal shower. Just pass around leaflets. Why? Because in all this unethical conduct, corruption, there's the demand and supply side. We can talk to ourselves, but our colleagues that we haven't reached to will be reached by those people that will say, yeah, Fanta. And you know, we need to address both sides, and we need robust movement, mobilization of the public masses. We do have a public education component in the Office of the Ombudsman. I've seen nice leaflets that MHRC has done around the demonstrations, given all the chaos that we are seeing. Nice leaflets that is just shouting at you in terms of your role as someone going to demonstration, maybe law enforcement. So using the same model, these are maybe things that we might want to think, picking on the conclusion that Mr. Jambo said, that it's time to move forward. Maybe we can be more deliberate and more structured in the way that we want to do things. So I just thought I would throw in that as a major general comment, but want to find out from Prof and Mr. Jambo, what's going on at primary school level. I don't remember the verse, but I remember the words. Train up a child in the way they should grow. For when they are old, they will not depart from it. Thank you.
So, last one. Before Prof and Mr. Jambo.
Thank you, the two presenters. My comment basically, I'm more interested on the issues of the ethical climate. Where are we as a country? Because I think just some days ago on the National Corruption Strategy, we were talking about resetting the nation's moral tone. Do we know our current status as a country, where we are? And when we're saying we are resetting, where do we want to go? Because it's based on the assumption that we had certain moral values, which as a country would now want to go back. Do we know these values that as a country would want to go back to? Secondly, is the issue of ethics assessment. Most of the rating that maybe currently we do is mostly perceptual. It's just based on the perceptions. Do we currently know to say this particular institution, this particular sector, maybe is it's more ethical than the other? Where do we base in terms of our rating? So since both of these presenters are in the academia, possibly maybe they would shed more light in terms of what we would want to do. Lastly, maybe I would want just maybe to comment on the last comment made by the Honorable Ombudsman in terms of the curriculum review. Mindful that during the National Anti-Corruption Dialogue, one of the thematic areas that was highlighted is the review of curriculum. And the attempts are already being made to review the curriculum starting from the early childhood up to primary school level, where all these issues of ethics would be addressed. And I'm mindful that at the Bureau, I think a team in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and the Malawi Institute of Management are already doing this particular issue. Thank you.
Right. I know there are some people, almost 3, if not 4, still wanting to ask questions. But with time, may the Prof and Mr. Jambo respond to these comments and questions. So, yeah. One question.
Thank you for those questions. I would say that if I understood you properly, you're saying primary education, inculcating values in primary education. I think he has touched on that question, but my comment is the work is being done, and I think by the end of in 2 years' time. But again, the methodologies, we can inculcate those values in the kids. You remember in Kamuzu's time, even the learning environment was kind of different in Kamuzu's era, unlike in modern era where there's from secondary school level, I must say, we are struggling at the university because of that element. That the secondary school level has been geared towards passing MSc. For a student to go through secondary school, the famous secondary schools, if you assess that student on cognitive capacity without behavior, their understanding of issues, their critical assessment of issues, their application of issues is drastically reducing over and over the years. They have emphasized on memorization other than critical thinking. So that emphasis alone is being pushed to primary schools, that they are memorizing as well. So on the part of methodology, again, we have to think about that, because we are doing a certain project where we are trying to inculcate values of citizenship. So we challenge the students. I'm sorry, I'll take a bit of time. We challenged, this project was to inculcate citizenship in the students. For example, we teach principles of democracy at secondary school, but don't give them a chance to vote for the prefects. We don't give them a chance to participate in any meaningful democratic environment. That is totally wrong. We must preach, we must seem to be doing, to walk the talk. When we say that this democracy works like this, the teachers must be the first point of acting in a democratic manner. We challenge students to have a project where they identify the project shortfall in their area and then intervene. Put these as the social accountability principles that you can apply. So we had a number of projects that the student performed, like demonstrations, like they should learn on early as possible. But this is how we intervene when there's a social problem. So I will touch again on the methodology part. So the second question is on ethics assessments. I alluded to in my presentation yesterday that why it's difficult to assess these situations is because these policy frameworks, these ethics assessments have not had empirical data. Research is very expensive. So when you tell Malawi government that you wish to conduct this research in this field countrywide and to give them a budget, hey, they shun away. It's important to base our policies on evidence, to base our reforms on evidence, to base our assessments on evidence. If we had that baseline, for example, in 1990, we would have been saying that in 2024, we are scoring lower than the baseline. So we have to go, how do we go back to that baseline? So in brief, I'll answer like that. Yeah, on ethics assessments, what was your question again? Yeah, we are doing several assessments. We are helping with the SCB develop a tool for ethics assessment. We are working with a number of organizations doing a external eye to their ethics programs. So I think we are playing our role. In brief, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So I think Mr. Jambo.
Yeah, I'll just take a minute or so. I just want to concur with the Honorable Ombudsman that as Malawi Institute of Management, we are working in collaboration with NPC, National Planning Commission, whereby we are looking at the mindset change enabler and within the context of mindset change, issues to do with integrity. We have the issue to do with integrity. We have also an issue to do with how religious leaders can take role in changing the mindset of the populace of Malawi. So within that context of integrity and religious values, under the umbrella of mindset change, we have an activity or an intervention in the what we are calling the game changers in the implementation plan of MW 2063. And one of the game changer is that the issues of integrity, religious values, and mindset change have to be integrated in the curriculum at primary and secondary level. So that is, I think, in order because it's documented as a country. On the issue of resetting our tone, our moral tone, I would want to echo what the judge said yesterday, that we have all the statutes in order. And what is happening on the ground geographically in Malawi, all these issues, what probably I may call anthropogenic man-made issues. We are making them on our own. And I would also want to echo that indeed, nobody should live above the law. And I think that's the issue to take home, that as public service, we should not point fingers at the government as if there are no statutes there. There are statutes there, and all of us here we are aware of the processes which are carried to come up with those legal frameworks. And it's up to us now to take a role to make sure that we adhere to these frameworks. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I think we can clap hands to all of ourselves for the wonderful session we have had. I know we have a lot of questions others would have loved to contribute, but because of time, we have to curtail this now. So we'll quickly go for lunch. Coupons are being distributed. We're supposed to go by 12:30, but now is 12:49. So we only have like 40 minutes. We're supposed to come back by 1:30 so that we should work according to time. Ethical. It's not ethical. So I will not be the supreme leader yet. I will allow democracy here. So is 1:45 okay? 1:45 is okay. All right. So we can break for lunch and then we'll be back here at 1:45. Otherwise, we thank you all for your active participation. May we also continue in the second chapter of the day in the afternoon with the same hypeness. All right, thank you.
Yes. We have our speakers already joined online. Okay, I just want to test to see if whether our speakers can hear us. Mr. Mongali, please, can you hear us?
Yes, perfectly so.
Hello?
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Mr. Mongali, please, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
So for your information, the afternoon session will begin with, we have 2 presentations, then we have the Q&A session. Then we further move on to the group work. I think we'll have more time for questions and answers as well as discussions. I know the other one we still wanted to discuss more, but we were running out of time. Is he on? Okay. Okay, Mr. Mungali, please, can you say hi if you hear us?
Good afternoon. I can hear you loud and clear.
Please turn on your video. Okay.
I'm sure you can see me and you can hear me as well. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear you?
Yes, yes. We can hear you now. Yes, we can hear you. Sorry for keeping you waiting for long. We had a lengthy discussion and participants wanted to discuss more in the first session. And we apologize for keeping you waiting. So we just returned from lunch and we want to begin the session. And we want to welcome you to this session. So I'll be moderating this session. My name is Dana Samuel. I'm an associate capacity development expert with UNPOG, DESA. Our office currently based in Incheon, Republic of Korea. So for the first session, I'm taking the place of my colleague, Haley Kim, who should have moderated this session. And your presentation will focus on integrity and ethical issues in public service, developing anti-corruption for accountable societies. So briefly, I want to use this opportunity to introduce Mr. Mongali. Sorry if I don't mention your name very well, but I hope you excuse me. So Mr. Mongali is a national project officer with anti-corruption at the United Nations Office for UNODC. Mr. Mungali is an advisor based at the UNODC regional office for Southern Africa in Pretoria, South Africa. His main responsibilities is to provide ethical assistance to countries in Southern Africa, as well as to help implement the United Nations conventions against corruption. He has over 15 years in the field of anti-corruption and ethics, and he has previously held various positions in the government of South Africa, including the Chief Director, Ethics at Public Service Commission, and the Department Commission, and Director of Ethics and Anti-Corruption at the Department of Public Services and Administration. He has represented the government of South Africa in various intergovernmental technical bodies, such as the G20 Anti-Corruption, as well as Working Group and BRICS Anti-Corruption Working Group between 2012 to 2015. Without much ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Mungali to, you have the floor to deliver your presentation. We will be controlling it from here. You just have to say next and we move to the next slide. Please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. It is indeed a privilege for me to participate in this prestigious event and to be able to share some insight in terms of the work that we do at the UNODC insofar as promotion of integrity and ethics in the public service is concerned. So just as a way of introduction, if you can go to the next slide, I just want to make the following remarks. So whenever there is a problem of corruption, one has to look at the existing ethics infrastructure and be able to determine if they are strong and effective enough to be able to deal with corruption. For we know that corruption thrives when the ethics infrastructure is weak and ineffective. So therefore, there's a need for an express commitment to inculcate professional environment that is infused with values of accountability, efficiency, transparency, and integrity. So if you look at public institutions, they are created and designed as a locus of service delivery. They have specific mandates to deliver, and therefore people depend on public institutions to be able to render the services that they need. And for the purpose of this session, I'm going to be specifically looking at the international framework, look at what the SDGs are saying with regards to ethics and integrity. I will then have a short snap on the United Nations General Assembly special session against corruption. And I will spend a great deal of time discussing the work that we do under the auspices of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. Next slide, please. So I'm sure this has already been covered. SDGs are well known, but if you look at SDG 16 in particular, it has about the 10 targets, and these targets, if you look at them, 16.6 and 16.7 is very relevant to the promotion of ethics and integrity in public institutions. 16.6 in particular requires for the development of effective, accountable, and transparent institutions at all levels. And if you look at institutions in a country, they will range from institutions at local government, institutions at provincial level, and even institutions at national or central government level. So if these institutions are not effective, if they cannot account to the people, if they don't have systems in place to make sure that decisions that are made are done in a very transparent manner, it is quite difficult to be able to satisfy the people. It is quite difficult for them to be able to effectively render their mandates to the satisfaction of the people that they serve. So 16.6 requires those kind of institutions that are effective, that are accountable, and that are transparent. And 16.7 is looking at the decision-making. Organizations exist with decisions that have to be made. And if the decision-making are not responsive, if they're not inclusive, if they're not participatory and representative, this creates a bit of challenge. People have to have trust in these institutions. And therefore, the people that are entrusted with the responsibility to make decisions on behalf of these institutions are required to take into consideration these key aspects, these key principles of responsiveness, inclusiveness, and participatory and representativity. So therefore, the SDG are quite crucial in the promotion of ethics and integrity in public organizations. Can we move on to the next slide? I would like to just share with you that in 2021, from the 2nd to the 4th of June, the world leaders gathered for the first time to discuss issues of anti-corruption. And the outcome of this meeting was a political declaration that has about 87 recommendations of what must happen. And I've just picked up just one, which is paragraph 6 of the political declaration, which requires for the fostering of a culture of accountability, transparency, legality, integrity, and fairness in the public sector. And it continues with the requirement to promote the development of public ethics and integrity and other related programs for public bodies. So therefore, all these key values and principles are required at various levels if you look at the international framework. So there is really a need for public institutions to be able to look at these values and principles and ask themselves if they are implementing these values and principles. Can we go to the next slide? Now, I'm going to focus the next few minutes talking about the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. The UNODC is the guardian of this convention, and I would just wish to indicate that Malawi ratified this convention in December 2007, and therefore there's an obligation for the government of Malawi to implement the provisions of this convention. Now, if you look at the convention, Chapter 2 specifically requires for ethics and accountability measures to be put in place, and it does so through the various number of articles. Now, on this slide, you will see that I've highlighted those articles. I'm not going to cover all of them, but if you look at the conventions, you do have Article 5 and 6 that looks at anti-corruption policies and also look at anti-corruption bodies. And then Article 7 focuses on the public sector, what measures should be implemented in the public sector. And Article 8 looks at the codes of conduct for public officials. And Article 9 on public procurement and management of finances. And Article 10 on public reporting. And finally, Article 11 on integrity of the judiciary and prosecution. All these articles requires the promotion of ethics and integrity in public organization. Now, I've selected just a few of them, and I'm going to highlight exactly what do they require from public institutions. If you can go to the next slide. Okay, so with these articles that I've selected, so these principles are quite key to these articles, and these are the principles that you have been discussing for the past 1.5 days. So it's principles of transparency, integrity, fairness, honesty, responsibility, and accountability. So you will see, once I start to discuss these 3 articles, you will see that they put a lot of emphasis on these key principles. The next slide. So I'll start with Article 7 that focuses on the public sector. So one thing that is key about this article is the requirement for establishing systems for the recruitment, hiring, retention, promotion, and retirement of civil servants. So this seems to be something that is quite normal for any country to do, that in your public service, there must be a system for the recruitment and the hiring and promotion of civil servants. However, this is quite important. There are specific requirements in terms of how recruitment should be done. If you look at issues of corruption in the public service, other than public procurement, corruption happens in the recruitment process as well. And this is why it is so necessary that member states pay a particular attention to this Article 7 of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, insofar as making sure that they establish systems that will be able to deal with corruption in recruitment, in the hiring and retention of civil servants. Now, there is a provision that is very specific to the candidates for elections. This article requires that the criteria is set out concerning the candidature for an election to public office. And furthermore, the funding of candidatures and the funding of political parties. Not many countries in Southern Africa, including Malawi, do have legislation that deals with the private funding of political parties. Some countries are in the process of establishing such legislation, but there is a requirement for the transparency in the funding of candidatures, for the transparency in the funding of political parties. What other countries do is they do make the declaration of private funding available to the public so that the public can be able to see which political candidate was funded and who are the funders of these political parties or the candidates themselves. And there's also under Article 7, the requirement to promote transparency and prevent conflicts of interest as possible, as much as possible. Can we go to the next slide? Then Article 8, although it's titled Code of Conduct for Public Officials, goes beyond just the code of conduct. First of all, it requires countries to promote integrity, honesty, and responsibility across all the public organizations. And specific to the code of conduct, each country has to make sure that there is a code of conduct for the correct, honorable, and proper performance of public functions. And there must be measures and systems in place to facilitate the reporting by public officials of acts of corruption. And this has to do with systems to blow the whistle against corruption. What I know is that Malawi is currently going through a process to establish a national legislation for the protection of whistleblowers. And this is the reason that I will be in Lilongwe next week as part of the process to make sure that there is legislation. But public organizations, in the absence of legislation, they are able to introduce specific measures and systems, and we will be discussing this next week. They can have organizational policies and procedures in terms of reporting acts of corruption. They could introduce measures to make sure that such officials are protected from reprisal or victimization. So this is a clear requirement. It is something that countries should consider to implement over and above just establishing legislation. Declaration of interest, particularly of outside activities, employment, investment, assets, and substantial gifts or benefits from which conflicts of interest may arise, are necessary. Again, if you look at the example from Malawi, the Office of the Director of Public Officials Declaration exists to be able to make sure that this provision of Article 8 is implemented. And this is really necessary to promote ethics and integrity and accountability. The people have the right to know what public officials are doing outside their normal employment, and they would want to know whether there is no unexplained accumulation of assets or wealth. So over and above asset declaration, there's also a requirement for disciplinary and other measures that must be instituted against public officials who violate codes or standards. And these are some of the key requirements under Article 8 that focuses on the code of conduct for public officials. Can we move on to the next slide? Okay, the next slide is about Article 9, public procurement and public finances. Under this article, there's a requirement for appropriate systems of procurement that is based on transparency, competition, and objective criteria in decision making. And furthermore, transparency and accountability in the management of public finances is required, and there must be civil and administrative measures to preserve the integrity of accounting books, records, financial statements, or other documents related to public expenditure and revenue. Now, I'm going to share with you some of the initiatives that the UNODC is implementing to support countries to implement these articles. And I will just give you a few examples. So the kind of work that we do is based on particular themes, and I've just selected a few themes that relate to the public service. So we do work on public procurement, we do focus on prisons, we do focus on judicial integrity, we do some work on public sector integrity, the police, and education. And out of these 6, I've just selected the 3 that I will then discuss with you, share some information about what we do. Can we go to the next slide? So under public procurement, UNODC supports countries to strengthen their procurement systems, and we have developed tools to help countries to meet the requirements of Article 9 of the Convention. And one of the tools that we have developed is the Guidebook on Anti-Corruption, Public Procurement and Management of Public Finances. This is the picture of the guidebook that we have issued. But we're not just issuing guidebooks, we also helping countries to use electronic procurement systems and open data to share information with other authorities. And we also design and implement emergency procurement laws and regulations to address emerging and future crises. So currently in Africa, we've been focusing on few countries, and I'll just give you an example. In South Africa, we've been working with the National Treasury of South Africa to make sure that they have proper tools for declaration of interest during the procurement. When bidders are bidding for government goods and services, they have to complete a declaration of interest form. Our role there was to make sure that the form is comprehensive enough to cover all aspects, and that the form is also digitized as part of the electronic procurement system. Can we go to the next slide? Regarding education, we launched an initiative called the GRACE Initiative, Global Resource for Anti-Corruption Education and Youth Empowerment, at the 9th session of the Conference of State Parties to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption in December 2021. So with this initiative, the mission is to create a culture of rejection of corruption among children and youth. And therefore, one of the things that we do under the GRACE initiative is to strengthen the capacity of primary and secondary education institutions to teach anti-corruption, integrity, and ethics. So what we have started doing, this is still at the early stage. We are engaging with the Anti-Corruption Bureau of Malawi, the Ministry of Education, to start to develop some of the tools for primary education that will integrate ethics and integrity to support the promotion of ethics in primary education. And of course, we work with the UNODP. For more information about the GRACE initiative, I've given you that link. If you have time, you can then go there, find out more work. We do other work over and above the curriculum development, but you will find some more details on that link. Can we move on to the next slide? Another initiative that we do in the integrity is the global, judicial integrity, is the Global Judicial Integrity Network, which was launched in 2018 as a platform to provide assistance to judiciary in strengthening judicial integrity and preventing corruption in the justice system. And again, under this initiative, we have several tools that we have developed. We have developed several knowledge products as well, such as the guide on how to develop the codes for judicial conduct. I've also provided the link if you want to find some more information about some of the tools and some of the work that we're doing under this initiative. Next slide. In conclusion, developing an ethical public service for an accountable society is an ongoing commitment, which is expressed through actions and exemplary leadership. It's not just something that we talk about. It should be expressed in action. It must be seen. People must be able to see that there is ethics, there is integrity in our public organization. So this commitment requires a whole society approach. We are currently talking about the public service, the public sector, but promoting ethics and integrity is a whole society matter. It involves the private sector, it involves the churches, it involves other sectors of society. People that come into the public service are coming from society, are coming from communities. And it is important that in expressing the commitment to promote ethics and integrity, there is a requirement for a whole society approach. And this is always expressed in the national anti-corruption strategies that we develop to make sure that all sectors of society are covered in terms of making sure that there is ethics and integrity. The people of Malawi require to see ethics. We can talk about ethics, but they need to be able to see that there is ethics and transparency and accountability in all sectors of society, including in the private sector. So corruption is not only a public sector thing, it also happens in the private sector. So for the people, they want to see this before they can believe that they are being governed and they're being governed effectively. So we as the UNODC always stand ready to work with the UN in Malawi to realize this noble goal of inculcating ethics and integrity for an accountable society in Malawi. Moderator, I would like to stop there. I'm not sure if there will be any questions for me. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take those questions. For more information about the work that we do, I've again provided this link on this thank you slide. I realized that I would not be able to share more information within the 15 minutes that have been allocated to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can we give him a round of applause? Mr. Mongali, we are very excited to listen to your presentation. I think it was well organized. It's been excellent listening to you. And you made it so practical to the extent that it was tailored to the needs and context of Malawi. And I think it's something very unique. You highlighted the SDGs principles, especially 16.6 and 16.7, the whole of society approach, as well as the critical role of developing effective, inclusive, and accountable institutions to be able to do this. I think it's been very impressive, and we are all excited to listen to you. And we are very happy to hear you'll be visiting Malawi next week, and we look forward to having you. So I don't know your time. Okay, maybe we just take a couple of questions. If there are any, then we move straight to the second presenter. The floor is open. Who has a question for Mr. Mongali? Okay, we have a question.
Yeah, during the presentation, I think there was a mention of corruption thriving under conditions where ethics infrastructure is weak. So I wanted to get it clear. Are you saying that if these ethics infrastructure are strong, then we might not see corruption? Or yeah, like I'm looking at different countries. I think you can agree with me that corruption is everywhere. Whether this ethics infrastructure are strong or not. So I don't know what you meant on this one. Thank you.
Please, I hope you heard his question. Hello, Mr. Mungali.
It's a brilliant question. I like it. I did hear the question. Can I respond or should I wait for another question?
Okay, just go ahead. That's the question we have now. Please go ahead.
So there is, I agree, there's corruption almost everywhere. But you would agree with me that in some countries it is difficult to see corruption happening. And one of the reasons why it is difficult for corrupt people to be able to do anything when the ethics infrastructure is effective, when there's strong ethics measures in place, is the fact that when the infrastructure is there and it exists, it requires a lot of sophistication to be able to do anything corrupt. Let me just give you an example. I did mention the issue about transparency regarding the private funding of political parties, as an example. Now, in a country where there aren't any measures in place, there's no infrastructure in place, it would be quite difficult to know who's funding who. We hear about elections that were won, but nobody knows how those elections were won. It may not be suspicious that there was corruption, but if there was corruption, it would be difficult to know that there was corruption if there's no transparency. So one has to build a certain level of infrastructure, create that infrastructure, put it in place, make it difficult. That includes the declaration of assets. If there isn't any system, how would you know that people that are supposed to be serving the public are awarding tenders to their own companies? So it is just about a matter of making sure that there's transparency, making sure that there's accountability, and that you can do through putting in place necessary ethics infrastructure to be able to make it difficult for corrupt people to be corrupt.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope your question was answered. Yes, he responds yes. Okay, we have one more question from the back. We have an additional question for you, Mr. Mungali.
Okay, I just want to ask on the issue of inclusion of ethics accountability issues in secondary school and primary school. How effective would it be when it comes to fight corruption? One, taking into consideration that formal education is more about marks and passing. Two, taking into consideration that other socialization mechanisms like churches, which are there to change people's mindsets, they are not working. People go to church every day. They're born from the young age until they're old, but they still, which is against the church principles. They do corruption against the church principles. So what will it make this time around that the introduction of ethics and integrity in primary school will change things and people change their mindset? What is different from other socialization processes?
Thank you for the question. You can go ahead, Mr. Mungali, if you heard him right.
So it is all about changing the mindset at a young age. You will agree with me that by the time people get to church, already they have formed opinions about a lot of things. But if you start to introduce ethics and integrity at primary education, you are already shaping the minds of young people. And you'll see that the GRACE initiative is all about the rejection of corruption. If you create that mindset, that informs you that it is wrong to do corruption. And if you do that, chances are that these children, when they grow into adults and they join, say, the public service or the private sector, they know already of the key values and principles that govern integrity, that governs ethics. And therefore, they stand a better chance of rejecting corruption or shun on corrupt activities. You don't only need school curriculum, you don't need education. An anti-corruption program, it has to be comprehensive and cover many other things. So just by working on the curriculum is not going to be the solution to the problem of corruption in any country, but that is a contribution, shaping young minds to reject corruption so that they can enter into adult life and public organizations and private organizations with integrity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, there's one more question.
Mine is on, you said you'll be visiting Malawi, and I don't know whether with the authorities of the government of Malawi, how you address this issue of designing and implementing emergency procurement laws and regulations to address emerging issues. I'm articulating this to the issue of COVID-19, like the question we had on the group discussions, that there were ethical dilemmas. That time is where many misprocurements happened. So I don't know how Malawi can be assisted. I was just thinking aloud to say today, at least COVID has scaled down. We can breathe. We are putting our masks and we can remove. What if anything happens today and the health authorities, they want those equipment and medical supplies, while we have those rigid procurement, lengthy procurement procedures and regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you, ma'am. Currently, we're not working with Malawi on public procurement. But like I indicated in my presentation, we do have a COVID-19 anti-corruption response and recovery program that we are implementing in a number of countries around the world. However, I mean, we could be able to have discussions with the relevant authorities in Malawi and look at the possibility of a program to improve the public procurement system in Malawi. For now, there's nothing in place, and that does not suggest that Malawi is not doing any work. I'm not aware of anything. All that I can say is that we are not working with Malawi on public procurement at this point in time. But we do have some tools that we could be able to utilize to support the government of Malawi, including issues of emergency procurement, issues of detection of or the scrutiny of politically exposed persons during procurement, issues of beneficial ownership, and so forth.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we exhausted. Okay, we have one more question. I think that should be the last question. Yes, we have another question for you. We're running out of time anyway. Yes. Please go ahead.
Yeah. In the presentation, you have emphasized on the need to promote ethics, even at the lower level. My question is, beyond the national level, say at the international level, if the systems at the international level are lacking ethics, an example would be people are able to do money laundering, for example, and take advantage of vulnerable societies. I don't know if there are any measures at that level to make sure that even the international systems, like international financial systems, for example, we promote ethics and integrity such that we also make it difficult for people to take advantage of vulnerable societies, to launder money, for example. So I don't know, at that level, are there such efforts?
Okay, this question is not clear, but I'll still do my best to respond to it. If you look at the second slide of my presentation, I looked at the international framework that exists. And I was just giving you a few examples of international efforts to deal with issues of corruption. For example, we have the United Nations Convention Against Corruption that almost is a universal instrument with almost all countries in Africa that have ratified, with the exception of Eritrea. So that exists as a framework at international level. And there is a requirement for cooperation between countries, between jurisdictions, to make sure that they deal with issues of money laundering, they deal with issues of asset recovery. So there are those requirements, and there are several number of global initiatives that are driven by the UNODC specifically. We also launched in 2021 something called the Globe E, which is a global initiative for law enforcement authorities that involves different law enforcement agencies across the whole world to be able to exchange information, share knowledges and experiences, and be able to work together on corruption at an international level. So there are those initiatives, they exist. And I must say this, just like my response to the questions relating to education. So it is still dependent on a country to make sure that they have sufficient anti-corruption measures in place to be able to deal with corruption at a country level and be able to cooperate with other countries to be able to deal with transnational crime and money laundering. So it is an effort that has to come from a country. A country has to take commitments to be able to deal with corruption. So again, it is not only going to depend on one solution or one tool. It involves multiple tools that have to be implemented at the same time. So, but in a nutshell, at international level, we do have measures.
Okay. We just have to accommodate another question. I think you delivered an excellent presentation and very interesting to our participants. They really have many questions to ask you. Yeah, we have a large audience here and everybody is really trying to listen to you, about 80 participants. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know whether it's a question or it's a comment, but I think it's a question. After going through all the presentation, I think one thing is coming out clear, that we are having problems, mainly not because people don't know, they know. But maybe the question is about attitude. Now, when we go into the management development programs, you find that there are 3 key pillars: attitude, knowledge, and skill. In this related aspect, why I said I don't know whether it should be a question or a comment. It still puts me in a very, very difficult situation where I find that people, they have the knowledge why it is bad and why they should do right things right. But still it's failing. When we know that we are supposed to do ABCD instead of XYZ, then we stick to the principles and applying it over a period of time. We have the capacity to curb all this. Maybe from your experience, why do you think it's failing? To change the attitude, at the same time, make use of the knowledge that we have for the benefit of all. Why do you think it's failing?
Thank you for the question. Yeah.
From my
Please go
side,
ahead.
there are two things that are important. Number one, we need to realize that corruption is a very opportunistic crime. When there's an opportunity to commit corruption, that will happen. And that is why earlier on I said that, I mean, if you don't put sufficient measures in place and checks and balances and accountability, I mean, we do have oversight bodies. If they do their work, if they take ministries to task to be able to explain expenditures against the budget, if they ask questions about why this has happened, if all of that is in place, there is a chance that there will be less corruption. So, but corruption being an opportunistic crime, it means that if there's nothing being done, there will be corruption. Now, that has something to do with attitude as well. That has something to do with knowledge. It doesn't mean that the people who commit corruption are not sufficiently taught about the effects of corruption. They do. And I'm going to just give you an example. If you look at many countries in Africa, during elections, everyone is talking about promoting corruption once they are elected. They get elected, they sit there, they have access to state resources, they see opportunities for corruption, then they commit acts of corruption. But yet, they did make public promises that they will deal with corruption once they are in the position of power. But we have seen there's been a lot of evidence. So it is not about knowledge, it is not about the attitude, but more about the opportunities. The second thing is a whole society approach. You have to take everyone on board. The youth, the children, everyone in society, inside and outside the public sector, to be involved in the fight against corruption. Have a very strong civil society that rejects corruption, that is holding government to account. There must be an interaction between parliament and the people. Parliament must be able to go and check and go back to the people and report on what is happening. So we do have the necessary institutions in many countries. We do have the laws. We do have anti-corruption strategies. It is only in the actions and implementation of everything and making sure that everyone is involved in the fight against corruption that there will be corruption will be significantly reduced. I do not foresee a situation where there will be zero corruption in any countries, including very advanced economies. It will be in the sophistication of the acts of corruption, but that may not necessarily mean that there is no corruption in those countries. But it is important to create knowledge. It is important to build values from young age. You will not be able to ignore that and say that it doesn't help. So therefore, we're not going to create knowledge. We're not going to build values. So that will also be done. Thank you.
Okay, let's have a big round of applause for Mr. Mungali. I think we've really been pleased to have you, and you provided an impressive presentation, and the feedback was superb. We thank you for your contribution, and as an institution from ODC, we appreciate your delivery. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, we move to the next. Yes, thank you. We move to our next presenter. I want to use the same medium to apologize to you again. I know we're having an on-site event and the topics are very interesting. People want to talk and we had to drag along. So our next presenter is Ms. Fazana Shamin. Are you online? Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, can you hear me? I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, I can hear you too. So first, apologies for keeping you waiting for over an hour. And we hope you accept our apology and it will not affect your delivery. So Ms. Fazana Shamin is an economic affairs officer with the UN Economic Commission for Africa, headquartered in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. She'll be delivering a presentation entitled Transparency, Accountability, Ethics in Public Institutions to Address Illicit Financial Flows from Africa. And this presentation is based on the key findings from the UNECA's Economic Governance Report. Ms. Fazana, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. So can I request to have my PowerPoint slides up? Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, they'll be up. Just say next, then they'll be.
Absolutely,
yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much, moderator. Yeah. Distinguished participants, dear colleagues, all protocols observed. A very warm greeting and a very warm welcome to the presentation. Before starting the presentation, let me take this opportunity to extend our heartfelt thanks to the organizer for inviting us, to giving us this opportunity to participate in this very important workshop. Colleagues, as we all know, the world is grappling with multifaceted challenges from COVID-19 pandemic and the recent Russia-Ukraine war. The macroeconomic stability coming from the supply disruptions, the looming future of a stagflation, and combined with the ever-increasing need of various fiscal and monetary support measures that the governments of the continent is facing, force the countries to really step back and rethink the role and the importance of having strong institutions. Strong institutions in the sense that institutions that are based on solid foundation of transparency, accountability, and ethical practices. Let me take this opportunity to share some of the highlights from our recent economic governance report. It was published just last year. The report necessarily talks about the role and the interplay of institutions in terms of addressing one of the key development challenge in the continent, which is illicit financial flows. As we all know, the illicit financial flows, this leakage is recognized by the countries across the continent as one of the key developmental priorities. The lost opportunity from using own money, domestic resources to finance development, to have the resilience to prevent external shocks, and most importantly, to enjoy the benefits of having strong institutions were strongly felt. Accordingly, countries commissioned the high-level panel on illicit financial flows. It was chaired by the former South African President, His Excellency Mr. Thabo Mbeki, and the panel came out with a set of recommendations. The core of those recommendations were really to have the institutional architecture in place so that the countries have a concerted approach at the national level, at the regional level, and the global level so that they can address this leakage. So our report necessarily identified four main actors or mechanisms through which these corrupt practices of illicit financial flows are happening. These are tax fraud, trade misinvoicing, money laundering, and corruption. I would like to mention here that corruption was identified as one of the cross-cutting issues that is contributing explicitly and through these remaining three channels to illicit financial flows. And the resulting leakage is depriving countries of access to financial resources, for funding sustainable development. It is undermining the rule of law. It is worsening the macroeconomic conditions. Overall, it is reducing the benefits of economic activity. And in the end, it is harming welfare and increasing inequality in society. Next slide, please. So magnitude of the leakage is always helpful in terms of understanding or contextualizing in the issues. So a very conservative estimates reveal that between 2000 and 2016, Africa lost 50 billion per year due to IFFs. And how much is that $50 billion? This is 3/4 the yearly amount required to address SDG 3. It is 1.25 amount needed per year to achieve quality education. And this is 1/3 the amount needed to fund our infrastructure need for funding for sustainable development. This is just some magnitudes of financial losses, but it is just one component of the total loss when we look at the qualitative damage that it is putting. So illicit financial flows is eroding the institutions. It is compromising the governance, and it is compromising the rule of law. So the total damage is really much bigger than just some dollar estimates. Next slide, please. I would like to mention here very briefly that the definition that we used for illicit financial flows were in line with the definition that was used by the high-level panel on illicit financial flows, the MBECI panel. And there, IFFs or illicit financial flows are defined as financial resources that is crossing borders that are illegally or illegitimately earned, transferred, or harbored abroad. So there is this component of cross-border part, but if you can look closely, you can see that there are parts which is maybe legal under the legal structure of a country, but it is immoral. It is illicit in the sense that it is depriving the country of essential tax revenues through some illicit and immoral practices. So there comes the importance of having strong institutions based on transparency, accountability, and strong ethical practices, which can then inform the legal architecture to inform the institutional architecture to identify, okay, this is crossing the border of tax avoidance, and it is pushing it to the excessive tax avoidance, leading to tax evasion or illegal practices. Next slide, please. One of the key findings from the report is that there is a vicious cycle of illicit financial flows and weak institutions. When the institutions are not strong, when there are widespread corrupt practices, it often leads to a perverse incentives to allow IFFs. It undermines governance, it weakens laws and regulations, and it creates a situation where the perpetrators can exploit loopholes and profit from doing so. Overall, it then creates a vicious cycle of creating a perverse incentives to allow IFFs. Now, institutions are key for addressing illicit financial flows from all 4 sources of financial leakages. When we looked closely into the continent, the institutional architecture, we did the stock taking, we found that despite some institutions in place, there are areas to improvement. The perverse incentives through weak institutions still prevail, and it is creating a vicious cycle of resource leakage. Next slide, please. My previous presenter, my predecessor, has rightly pointed out the importance of having everyone on board in terms of partnership. This is in line with what we also realized. From the report, we found that the landscape of illicit financial flows are wide and complex. If we look at the roles, we can see there are implementers, there are regulators or facilitators or oversight bodies. Now, these 3 roles are implied by a range of stakeholders from the public side, from the public's private sector or market, and also the civil society. So just like Mr. Mongale has rightly pointed out about having a strong institutions, even for addressing illicit financial flows, we have to have the interplay and strong cooperation from the state bodies like Revenue Authority, Trade and Investment Authority, justice networks, in line with the financial institutions, private equity stock brokers, and the strong civil society like trade unions, non-profit companies and trusts, so that the countries have an overarching approach and there is a mutually reinforcing demand for stronger accountability and transparency in delivering their task, in performing their state roles. Next slide, please. So the report essentially found out that tax evasion or tax avoidance, excessive tax avoidance, was one of the key sources of financial leakages through illicit financial flows. Next slide, please. The main channel through which this tax avoidance or tax evasion is taking place is base erosion and profit shifting. So multinational enterprises are often using transfer pricing, intercompany loans, intercompany barter trade, home basing intangible assets, and abuse of tax incentives to transfer their profit from high tax profit jurisdiction to low tax profit jurisdiction. Now, notably, the actual activity might have occurred in a high tax jurisdiction. But then to avoid the tax, the MNE, the multinational enterprises, are shifting the profit. This is illegal and in some cases immoral, because then that particular jurisdiction is deprived of the necessary tax revenues that they could have channeled for financing their development. I would like to share here a very Malawi specific figure. Next slide, please. So a finding from Cobham and Jensky showed that Malawi lost the highest amount of tax revenue as a percentage of total tax due to illicit tax avoidance practices. And the amount is a staggering 106%, meaning that the lost opportunities, the tax avoidance figure is actually more than the actual tax revenue that the country is earning, which is alarming and which warrants the policy interest in focusing this area. Next slide, please. A total of 14 government institutions or entities were recommended in the report that can help address tax-related illicit financial flows. These are policy organ, Supreme Audit Institution, tax administration, transfer pricing legislation, large taxpayer unit, Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes. I'm not going to read it out all. I will be sharing the PowerPoint presentation anyways, but I would just like to highlight one particular factor. As we go down from the topmost to the bottom, you can see that fewer and fewer countries have the necessary institutions in place to address these tax-related illicit financial flows. Now, looking at Malawi-specific performance, out of these 14 recommended institutions, Malawi has 6, which is a good start. But like the country's African peers, there are areas to improve and to implement, like automatic exchange of information, beneficial ownership law. These are really effective tools to make all actors accountable for the lost revenues, lost financial resources. In order to have a concerted approach, we recommend for having national strategy, legal framework, operational procedures, and special operational arrangements to have the regional and international cooperation. Next slide, please. So, as Mr. Mongale said, here comes again, which is in line with the recommendation for the very specific illicit financial flows addressing issues. A whole of system approach is critical to address illicit financial flows. The national strategy, has to be based and inform legislative measures, which will then inform the operational procedures and special operational arrangements. And these national approaches should be complemented with the regional and international cooperation so that countries can benefit from the global and regional initiatives and also have all the measures in place to address tax-related illicit financial flows. Next slide, please. So here, I'll be sharing some findings from the trade misinvoicing related illicit financial flows. Next slide, please. So when we did the analysis, we found out that between 2000 and 2016, Africa lost 83 billion per year through trade misinvoicing, an amount which is equivalent to 5.3% of African GDP and as high as 11.4% of African trade. Let me remind here that these are really conservative estimates. Depending on the methodologies, the amount can quadruple in some cases. We had 5 case study countries, and the case study estimate showed that during this period, Tunisia lost 3.3 billion, and the least amount was lost from Namibia. Even that least amount is also 0.6 billion. Next slide, please. Here, when we looked into a more granular approach into the sectors, we found out that machinery and electrical and mineral products were the main sectors through which these leakages of export, misreporting, and over-invoicing are happening. Now, this is quite understandable because most of the African countries are commodity-dependent economies, where the economy is critically dependent on natural resources. Now, if you look at the right-hand side of your monitor, you could see the destinations of these outflows. And unfortunately, the beneficiary or the recipient of these financial resources are Europe and Asia. So Africa is a net lender to the developed side of the globe and losing the critical financial resources for financing her own development. Next slide, please. For the trade-related illicit financial flows, the recommended institutional arrangements were 8, and of which you could see again, African countries have the basic infrastructure in place, but fewer and fewer countries benefit having the other pertinent and complementary arrangements to have really the holistic approach to address trade-related misinvoicing. Now, looking at the Malawi specific performance, Malawi has 5 of these 8 institutional architecture. But again, just like the tax-related issues, the country still can benefit from having a more effective automatic exchange of information, extractive industry initiatives, and beneficial ownership laws. Next slide, please. Again, just like the tax-related issues, we recommend that a whole of government system will be critical also for addressing export over invoicing related illicit financial flows. Next slide, please. This section necessarily talks about how the financial system and the relevant public-private institutions, financial institutions, are involved in the illicit financial flows from the continent. If we can move to the next slide, please. This is the financial system index. And if you can look closely at the right-hand side, you could see financial systems efficiency. Now, overall, Africa is performing slightly lower compared to the rest of the world, but the overall index for Africa is above 0.5, which means that the financial system is quite advanced in Africa, the formal financial system. It implies that if the banking sectors are participating in the illegal practices, immoral practices of illicit financial flows, the governments have to have the required skill set to address skilled actors that are involved in illicit and immoral practices. There are widespread use of digitization. The technology used is quite advanced. So the institutes that will be in charge of addressing this issue will also have to have the required skill set to cope. Next slide, please. Now, this is very briefly a mechanism through which the financial system can aid illicit financial flows. So perpetrators can have multiple accounts, they can wire transfer their profit, they can have concentration accounts, offshore record keeping, secrecy jurisdiction, offshore accounts for special name or numbered accounts, mostly to hide their profits and use the nature of that opacity to siphon off the profits from high jurisdiction to low jurisdiction tax base. And when banks are using and employing in these practices, they can participate in the practice of money laundering, and that involves use of digital technology, cryptocurrencies, mobile money, which again necessitate having the required skill set in place to address the problem. Next slide, please. Now, we have these institutions, 6 in total, that were recommended for addressing illicit financial flows. And I'm pleased to report to this national workshop participants that Malawi does have all these institutions, the recommended institutions in place. But as we found out, most likely there are areas to improve in terms of effectiveness and implementation. In the interest of time, I will be summarizing this in the last slide. So please, next slide. So this is the corruption measures. As I mentioned, corruption was considered as a standalone issue to inform the required national institutions, international institutions, and arrangement in place to address the issue. But very importantly, corruption is cross-cutting, and it is acting as an enabler for other 3 components of illicit financial flows. Next slide, please. So when we look at the institutional existence of the prevalence of relevant arrangement legal framework, we found out that these 7 would be critical to have strong institutions to ensure transparency, accountability, and ethical practices to stop this leakage of illicit financial flows. Like the other 3 actors, the prevalence of the relevant arrangement in place goes down as we move down in the right-hand side bar chart. So Malawi, very thankfully, has all except the last one, which is the whistleblower provision. So the data collection was done in 2020 and 2021. At that time, only 3 countries had this whistleblower system in place. But as Mr. Mongale pointed out, that this is critical not only for illicit financial flows. This is quite intuitive in the sense that if there is no system in place to protect the person who is raising his or her voice for malpractices, then there will be high likelihood that people will not come forward to complain a malpractice, a corrupt practice. So this is one area that might be one particular legal arrangement, but it has a huge potential in terms of ensuring accountability and transparency of institutions. Next slide, please. So next slide, please. After going through these 4 actors, we came out with some set of recommendations for the consideration of the African countries so that they can stop this leakage of essential financial resources. We found that high-level political support and leadership is critical. We also realized that strengthen the capacities of implementing entities will be the enabling factor, as I mentioned, like, having the required skill set to cope with the newly emerged technologies that are increasingly being enforced in these illegal and illicit practices. In many cases, there are legal arrangements in place, but these are not strong enough. We have to strengthen these currently weak and inadequate legal frameworks. We have to complement those legal frameworks in cases, enact new legal frameworks so that the country has up-to-date, adequate legal frameworks in place to strengthen, to empower the implementing institutions to address illicit financial flows. And it goes without saying that adequate resources, including technically competent staff, will be critical. Establishing interoperable regional information technology modules will be a very powerful tool to ensure transparency, not only at the country level. It will create a demand for ensuring accountability at the national level, at the regional level, and the global level. It will ensure a peer pressure also. And definitely, digital divide in cyber security will be a critical step for addressing the issue. Transparency and procurement, as the previous presenter, Mr. Mongale, rightly pointed out, implementation of anti-corruption treaties and strengthening powers and independence of anti-corruption agencies were some of the recommended measures, so that the countries can have a concerted approach, a whole of system approach, embarking on all key stakeholders from the public sphere, private spheres, civil society, academia, so that we have one prosperous Africa and we have one sustainable development and a shared prosperity for all, resilient to all shocks in future. Thank you so much for your attention. I welcome any questions or comments or observations you may have. Thank you so much. Over to you, Dana.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fazana. Please, let's give a big round of applause. Yes, I think you delivered a very insightful presentation. And what I found interesting was that you reiterated the importance of building strong and effective institutions. And you also try to link that with how this could help fight illicit financial flows. And also, I think this report is a good finding that will be very great for our forward move as a continent. Going forward, you also mentioned about the importance of the systems approach, which I found it reinforcing with what Mr. Mungali mentioned. And I think your presentation was something very good and very revealing. So we open the floor now for questions. If you have a question for her, especially on this interesting area of illicit financial flows, especially outside Africa, as well as looking at the magnitude of resources Africa is losing in terms of financial outflows. Let me put it that way. Any question from, okay, we have a question from Mr. Jambo.
Thank you very much for the wonderful elaborate presentation. On your last but one slide, you have highlighted that one of the things to do is to look into the higher level political support and leadership. And through your presentation, because Africa, to a certain extent, is a God-fearing continent,
And normally we start our meetings with a prayer and we close with a prayer. My question is, where are we fixing the religious leaders into the context?
Thank you very much for the question. You have the floor to answer. Do you have any other question? No, you can proceed with your response.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jumbo. It's really interesting question. Let me put it that way. The scope of our study didn't consider religious leadership. The political commitment, the high-level commitment that we were mentioning was mostly from the country's legal administrative architecture. However, we also note the importance of having an ethical practice. So coming to your point, religious leadership, they can shape the ethical practices at the society level. They can encourage people to be accountable and transparent in their day-to-day activities. But it was beyond the scope of our report. We didn't consider the importance of the role of religious leaders for addressing illicit financial flows. But a very interesting question. Thank you so much for that.
And thank you very much for the response too. And I think, do you have one last question or we proceed to end the session? Okay, you have one more question from me.
Thank you for the presentation. Of course, I look at that it has mainly focused at the global or the broader financial aspect. But I wanted to ask possibly if we can zero down to the emerging digital platforms that are there now in Africa, mostly the mobile ones, the M-Pesas, Airtel Money, and what have you. How have these contributed to these illicit financial flows, issues of money laundering, and how have they, in general, impacted on the anti-corruption terrain? Possibly, if you could hint on that. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for the excellent question. You are spot on. As you might have remembered that there was one part where we mentioned that the financial system effectiveness of the continent is quite robust, 0.5, above 0.5 of the effectiveness index. And that implies that the formal banking sector, the formal financial sector is most likely facilitating the illicit financial flows. And this facilitation could be channeled in terms of digital technologies, in terms of mobile money, in terms of cryptocurrencies, and they are quite advanced in terms of using science and technology. And one of the revealing recommendation was that in many cases, the public implementers or the enforcers of law might not have the required skill set in terms of even identifying the mechanism through which these financial institutions are supporting, scoping down to particular sector that this particular actor is engaged in illicit financial flows. But it was not in this particular economic governance report. We just concluded one development account project, which was ended in June. It was about statistically measuring the magnitude of illicit financial flows, and so that countries can have regular production of SDG indicator 16.4.1. Now, very interestingly, despite the scope of the project was purely statistical, the estimation journey informed critically about actors, mechanisms, and the channels through which some of the illicit financial flows were happening. So in most cases, there were data anomalies, but in some other countries, we could drill down and could identify some actors that were engaged in misreporting of their exports, potentially camouflaging their export revenue under over-invoicing. So now how the money, the mobile money system was engaged, it could be one of the future areas of work, but the case study clearly indicated that the financial system is most likely playing a facilitator role in the whole illegal and criminal practices of illicit financial flows. I don't know, I'm sorry for the long answer, but I don't know whether I answered your question. Thank you.
Was your question answered? Okay. Yes, he said his question was well answered. Okay, so in the absence of any further question, I want to request we give her a big round of applause again for a great delivery. We are very happy to have you share with us this very insightful report. And we want to say we appreciate your time and your dedication, your contribution to this workshop. We hope it's going a long way to bring the change that we all desire for Malawi and Africa as a whole. And our regards to Mr. Gamal for this opportunity too, and we appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. It was a pleasure. It was an honor for me to participate. Yeah, thank you so much. But colleagues, allow me, I will have to leave now. I just want to convey our gratitude to all the participants and to you, to the organizers. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And thank you very much, and we're glad to have you. Have a wonderful day and all the best. Okay, so we've come to the end of the question and answer session. We have two things to do. Either we have a quick group activity, or we go for break and come and have the activity, then we have the reporting back and we close for the day. Which one do we prefer? Okay, so we want to wake ourselves up. I think we've been a bit laid back. We came from lunch, we're heavy. So I'll be inviting my colleague to have a short Mentimeter. We just want to brainstorm on some issues. And I know these are some of the issues that will help build to the next step on our action planning. We're going to start the action planning brainstorming today. And I hope tomorrow we are able to develop very specific, simple, workable action plans we want to take back. And we should have some clear minds on what we really want to do after this workshop, so that we don't just come to have this as another talk show. I think we should have something that we can follow up and find out, okay, when we came for this workshop, what was the specific thing we learned? How do we intend to put that in place when we get back? I think we can do everything about corruption at a go, but when we start small in our own corners and in our own small ways, and is backed by action, we are able to do something. So I'll invite my colleague. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think the connection with the system is not happening. So maybe we go for a quick break of 15 minutes and get back. Then we have the last session of the day. Thank you very much and see you soon. Let's return at 3:40. No, 3:37. 3:37. Okay, let's get back soon. then we try to, yeah, we'll be having the reporting back to for the first session, and we want to listen to your interesting discussions you made. Yeah. Thank you. See you soon. Okay.
what is the maximum amount you're willing to give that desk officer beneath the desk? That's also going to be fun. Okay.
Okay. So first of all, I would negotiate on the $20.
I like that. A bargain.
Yes, at least $5 to $10. I'm okay.
Okay.
Second, I would look at the importance of the conference and what am I going to gain. And if $20 is nothing compared to what I'm going to gain there, why not give it a shot? Practical. This is realistic.
Yes.
And having worked in an institution that is dealing with laws and all that, I can try to document so that once I'm back from German, I make a claim. Yeah.
A claim for the $10 that you
for the
gave.
$20, yeah. So to the right authorities that this one influenced me that I should pay $20. So I had no option. I wouldn't raise arguments at that time. So I just had to do it. So now I'm claiming back my $20 for the services he's already paid for.
Okay. Can I have a follow-up question to that? In which category are you going to file your $20 on?
In what?
Because right, you're paying your $20 to the desk officer,
Yes.
and you're going behind, around the system. So, but under what category are you going to ask them to reimburse you for the $20?
No.
Because everything happened under the table.
Oh, is it mutual? Okay, I'll give you a practical scenario.
Okay.
When I was 20,
Okay.
I was doing 19. I was doing my driving license.
Okay.
So according to the laws of Malawi, I think at that time that was by 18, you can be given what? A driving license. So the desk officer kept on telling me that you are not eligible. I say, but I'm above what? 18. He kept on saying, you are still not eligible. I said, how? So someone at back on the line just told me, Wana, what he's trying to say is give him something. Okay. So I remember I had to produce some notes. And then he said, now you're eligible. You get it? Okay. So on that pretext, if it were to happen in that kind of scenario, since I want to be assisted, I need that assistance. I can do that, but later on press some charges to how I'll report. I'm documenting. We're clever. Nowadays, we record things. We record conversations without knowing people.
Yes, I don't mean to criticize you. I'm just asking. And to be really honest, yeah, you just said that you're willing to give your $20 under the desk because that conference in Germany will be really helpful to your career and also your office. So there's legitimacy in that. And I really thank you for being honest. Thank you. I think someone from here raised his hand. Yes.
In short, what I wanted to say is similar to what he has said, only that after I'll negotiate, then after paying it, I will not explore the avenue of trying to recover it or seek reimbursement from my office.
Oh, so you're not gonna pay the $20?
No.
Oh.
I'll pay on the mutual understanding that he's going to give me access. Then thereafter, I will not claim it from my office.
Okay, that's a different answer. He's not gonna claim it. And there's one more answer over here.
Yeah, I think what I can do is to record the whole conversation and try to threaten the officer to say, I've got this evidence, which if you don't give me this visa for free, I'm going to sue you for claiming yeah.
I like all these answers because everyone's being honest.
No, but okay, I think I also have a point to make before I give it to you. Under normal circumstances, let's say it's going to take 2 weeks, but you need this visa in 3 days. Otherwise, you miss this opportunity. Yeah. So he will tell you to join the queue for the 2 weeks because that's the lawful way.
No, what I'm saying is, he was asking me to bribe him. So I will have already that conversation. So I'll threaten him to say, I'm going to sue you if you're going to give me this visa now. Yeah, so
But I
yes,
have
then I'll sue him.
I have a question for him. What he's missing is that if you are to follow the right procedure,
Okay.
you will need 2 weeks.
Right.
But that one, you are going to, and you need that visa maybe within a day. The following day you are leaving. So it means you're also corrupt. You are forcing him to do a thing that is not supposed to be done within the shortest period of time. The real practical issue here in Malawi is we negotiate not $20, somewhere 10 to 15.
Okay.
It
Okay.
works.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'll say yes, but I'll cite a practical example that happened to me in Accra, Ghana. I was about to miss a flight.
Okay.
So I came to the immigration, whereby I wanted to check in, but I wasn't that late. Then the immigration officer was like, you are not going to go through. So I was surprised because by then I had never given anyone, a government official, a tip, and for that matter, at a high-profile airport like Accra. So then there was a pastor behind me who was coming, I think, from Senegal, whatever. What he did was he just gave this officer a $50 because I was ahead of him. So all he did, he knew that when we are quarreling here, we both miss the flight. So he gave him. When he gave him this, immigration officer said, "Ma'am, can you go?" And then we went. So when we were in the plane, this pastor tells me to say, "You know what, madam? Here at Accra, this is what happens. If you wouldn't have done this, you would have both missed the flight and then would have paid a lot. I usually pass this route. Most of the times for us, they look at faces and then they will need you to give something." So I was very shocked because I was expecting a quality service from this government official, but it wasn't like that. So if you would ask me today, I would say yes, because of the example that I had in Accra. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we get like 2 more responses, maybe somewhere over here? And if someone's gonna say no, we also want to hear from you. Yes, please.
Yes, just to add to what my colleagues have said, the challenge is even some of the places you're supposed to report, they are either ineffective or just as bad. An example is I was stopped by a traffic police officer and I didn't have the cash. I was in the wrong. I didn't have the cash to pay the fine. They're supposed to take me to the police station. I go to the ATM, I pay the fine. I took my license. I paid the fine and then had lost my license.
Okay.
I go to the commissioner and was to report that. So indeed, I had violated. I had committed an offense. I was willing to pay. I did pay, but now accountability on their part is sorely lacking. So even some of the institutions that are supposed to look over or oversee these places are ineffective. So this is just to add on to that, that you can report them later. You might be chasing your tail.
Thank you very much for being honest. I think we have one more answer over here. Yeah, over there.
For me, I think I'll say no.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
I will not go through it. I believe if I miss that, another opportunity will come. If it's not within my power to be able to do everything that is supposed to be done in accordance to the set procedures, then it's not mine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being honest. If there are any other responses, maybe we could take some more. If not, Whatever you said, whether you said yes or no, we're not going to criticize you. You still are nice people because as we did in the Mentimeter, we're all less corrupt people. So, yes, Anna.
I think I would like to draw the attention of the last point. We want to make change in your country, so then you need to be accountable to your decision. So here the decision, she's accountable that she was late. I was late, is my responsibility. I could have done 2 weeks ahead. I wanted to give you one example. When I was in the university in Geneva, I was close, I lost 1 year of university because of 0.50, less than 1 point. And the teachers of the University of Geneva told me, you lost your year for less than 1 point. So of course, I came not to bribe them because they will not allow me, but to complain about the half point. And they told me, do you think that the University of Geneva wants someone who passed the year? We don't care if you pass the year. What we care is that you learn. So you will repeat your year and you will learn perfectly and better than the point you needed. So the example of the University of Geneva is that first, we cannot corrupt them, of course. And secondly, I took the responsibility. They make me understand my own responsibility of my own activity. So in this case, it's your responsibility. So that's before you think about giving even $1. You need to think about of what you're going to lose the opportunity. And you need to think about why you're losing the opportunity. It is your fault. It's your fault. So you need to think about that and take your own responsibility. You're accountable of your actions.
Thank you for that conclusion, Anna. Thank you so much, everyone. Oh, there's a hand over there. Yes, please. Okay.
Just a comment. In a situation where it's not your responsibility, in a situation where it's not your responsibility, I'll give you a scenario which actually happened. My maid was hit by a car and was supposed to go for operation. When we went to the central hospital, they kept passing us by, going to the theater. And we stayed there for almost 2 months. Yes. So it was when I go there and ask, why are you not there? They say, oh, go and see Mr. So with something so that he can be allowed to go to the theater. So she was an elderly lady. So it took time. I was thinking I should do it, but I said, no, I wouldn't do it. If the doctors are coming to make rounds, they should see that this woman is here and it's been here for so long. It took an expatriate doctor who came and said, what is this woman doing here? This operation is less than 2 hours, but she's been here for a month. It was for over a month because we stayed almost 2 months. So they had to force, today she has to go to the theater. But all along, people would come into the ward and they would pass us by. And then they would say, no, you go and see Mr. whoever. I can't remember the name. But this guy wasn't a doctor. He was just somebody who was allowing people to go to the theater, the least. So that wasn't our fault. If I needed this lady to get well, I would have paid the money that they wanted. So those are the scenarios that are actual things that are happening. Sometimes it's not your fault. You have done nothing wrong, but you really need the service. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. There was one more hand there, and yes, a lot. Okay.
I want to agree with the point of saying, indeed, it was your responsibility. But I'm looking at holding all other things constant, the way the systems in Malawi are, even if you had applied that visa a month before, the issue of payment would have still been there. Because for a thing that is supposed to be done actually for free, you know, public officers, they are always there making sure that you should see that they're not willing to do that thing up until you give them an incentive. So I think like here, we don't have an ideal situation, but agreeing with that, I think
we are the change that is needed. But now I would give back this question more of a dilemma to, as what Anna said, how would you have handled in the scenario of Ghana? Okay, so where she was demanded to still pay if she wasn't, and you find the whole system is very corrupt from the top to the bottom. So how do you handle that one? Where you are reporting to the responsible officials, they are part of the system. They are looking at the juniors that how much revenue, informal revenue have we collected today? All right. So in that kind of dilemma, how do you go about it? Thank you.
That is one heavy question that was thrown onto the floor. I think there's an answer to that question, probably. Yeah, like a lot over here.
Fact that the issue of corruption is so deeply rooted in the African society. I'll give you another scenario. I'm not deviating from whatever has been presented. In a certain West African country, there was a little boy who prayed to God for a number of weeks for God to give him $5,000. And then he kept on fasting and praying. And eventually he decided to write a letter to God. He said, "Dear God, I've been praying for $5,000 and you've never given me any penny. Would you please mind giving me something, at least $5,000? So when the letter went to the post office, they thought of taking it to the president's address. So it went to the office of the president. When the president read the letter, he decided to send $1,000 to the boy. So the boy received the $1,000 and then he wrote a letter of acknowledgement and thank you. And he said, "Dear God, thank you for being a God that responds to the needs of the needy. I asked for $5,000. However, I thought you sent it directly to me, but you decided to send it through the office of the corrupt president. He deducted $4,000 and sent to me $1,000 because he's so corrupt." And then when the post office people saw that later, they decided to send it back again to the office of the president. And then the president read that letter. So I don't know what, if you are the president, how you would respond. That shows how deeply rooted the issue of corruption is. I work for the judiciary. Issues of service. We have an ethics committee. We've now developed a complaints committee, but still more complaints keep on coming. The levels of corruption have reached a stage whereby if it is in a civil case, people may, we are told that court users meet some of our court officials, then they would get a bribe, and then this court official may demand to say, "Okay, can you give me so much?" And then he'll go again to say, "Okay, they are demanding this one." And then there are cases when they're about maybe to deliver judgment. Then the presiding officer or the presiding judge or magistrate will deliver a sentence to say, "Okay, you have to pay a fine." Then the person will say, "I already paid a fine. So is this the second fine that I'm paying? To whom did you pay?" Then they say, "To that judge who normally sits where." So you find corruption, the issues of corruption, they are so entrenched. So from the little boy to service providers and even the rights and as well as the rights bearers, the rights holders, because it is us, the rights holders, who don't question. How many of us get into minibuses which are more than their capacity and say, "I want board because you've reached your limit"? Most of us are perpetrators. We are also, I would say, partners in this crime. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that honest answer. I think, yes, we have one question here. I think that's gonna be the second to the last because we also have to move on to the next group activity. So
yeah, thank you. There are these experiences whereby maybe we fail to differentiate and maybe we would like to get some guidance from here. Issues of giving a tip and paying a little. Are they different? are they all falling in the same category of corruption? Thank you.
Thank you so much. One last answer, and then we're gonna wrap this up. Over there, the lady, please.
Mine is okay. Mine is a form of corruption that was that I engaged in. Okay. Yes, my sister contracted HIV, I mean COVID-19, and was admitted in hospital in Blantyre. Sorry. Everybody, the hospital officials kept on passing us by. A lot of people were dying. And then somebody said, if you request to leave the hospital, we'll be treating you from home. And that's what we did. We left the hospital, we bought the cylinders, gas cylinders, and everything. And the doctors religiously used to come to the home for 2 good weeks. The doctor was coming to check on the progress of the illness, and the nurse was coming every day, morning and evening, to give an injection. An injection that they were not giving when we were at the hospital. So if you were in my shoes, what would you do?
Thank you so much for being honest and also sharing your personal experiences. I think we could wrap up this group activity because we also need some time to move on to the next group activity, which is going to be the action plan. Yes, so, okay, yeah, sure. Anna has one last comment and I'll give back the floor to.
I think this scenario brings us a lot of thoughts of the reality that you are living. But we need to link this to the presentations we are having today and the discussions earlier today. And one point from Mr. Jambo presentation, I just pointing out something that I took from his presentation is that we need to look at the integrity as an approach that challenge with courage. He said that that's one of the points. We need courage to approach the challenge. For the example of Ghana, that Tenwa was asking how we deal with the Ghana example. So we need the courage to report and see the courage to go and try to make the things change. For Malawi, I think you have to partner with the youth. You really to bring the youth on the issues of integrity and ethics for the future of Malawi, to get rid of corruption. Bring them on board, teach them, and make things change. So then you will see changes in 20 years, 25 years. That's a food for thought.
Thank you for the wrap up. I think this summarizes our group activity. And then the next one would be the action plans. And I give the floor back to Dana. Thank you.
Okay, let's give a hand of applause. Yeah. Yes, I think these are frank conversations we need to have from time to time. I think bringing them out will help us reflect over them. When we get ashamed of some of these things, I think our consciences will be pricked to the extent that we want to make a difference. And nobody really wants to see corruption as something. But one other thing I want us to look is today I think we can still have this kind of face-to-face as a build-up to the action planning session. This is a major problem. We are coming to talk about corruption, or we've been talking about corruption since yesterday. And we see that issues about ethics or the levels of ethics are really coming down. I remember, and the justice mentioned it yesterday, we find that issues about corruption or ethical issues are dwindling. So what do we intend to do after this workshop? Are we going back to the original point after this place and just say, okay, is this or that? But one other significant thing we saw or we got from the presentations during this week or this past couple of days is that corruption is a major canker in our society. But we should try and find the key drivers of this corruption. What are the opportunities why people find it easy to be corrupt? Is it that the punishments are not punitive enough? Is it that there are no laws and regulations or legal frameworks to do this? Is it that the laws are there, but they aren't working? And the next step should be that, is it risky, or is it, what is it that is going on? So we should reflect on these things and see, what do we do after this workshop in our own small way? I know that we can't all have one big plan, that we have these national policies already existing, but we should reflect on them and ask ourselves, why is it not working? I don't think this is the first time corruption issues have been discussed, because we have corruption institutions existing. We have anti-corruption bureau, we have ombudsman office, we have the justice systems, we have the police service. But we find that sometimes even the institutions that are meant to protect or fight this corruption are those championing them. Who is supposed to maintain law and order? The police service. Who is supposed to maintain, to ensure justice is really done? The judiciary. But you find that, from my example too, from our country, it got to a point that the president had to one time initiate, rely on an investigative journalist that they had to investigate or come and get, because you say a particular judge is corrupt, a particular officer in the judiciary system is corrupt. Where is the evidence? So they had to produce this real evidence where justices were taking just goods and money to deliver justice in the wrong way. But it was based on this that the president was able to make sure that he sacked all of them, those who were found culpable. But this is sometimes a rare situation, because it's very difficult to really go, because where is the evidence? So now what do? We should find a way. How can we, in our own small way, in our offices, in our communities, what do we intend to do after this workshop? So the first thing is that we should know that corruption exists. We should know that corruption has effects. I may have wished that we have a discussion, or we have a, I know time may not permit now. We should know that, what are the real causes of corruption, or the drivers? Because they are real drivers of corruption. And when corrupt officials happen, but I just wanted to ask one question. Who is here who hasn't been corrupt before? I just want one person who can frankly say he has never been corrupt. No one has his hands in the air. So it shows that corruption is part of the fabric of our society in one way or the other. Maybe it's not your will that you want to be corrupt. You get that? But the system pushes you to the place that you find yourself, even to the extent that sometimes you try your best not to be corrupt, but the people see that you are the wrong person. For instance, I gained a position in government, and within, I think one of the presenters, for instance, you gain a position, you get a government position, especially in politics, within 2 or 3 years, if you come back home and you don't have a house, you don't have a car, or you retire from it, and you don't have this, people consider you as a useless person. Yeah. I used to work somewhere, there was this chief executive officer who was appointed after 3 years. He came back to live in his old house. And I moved with people, they said, oh, this man is so useless. He was appointed a chief executive. After finishing with 3 years, he came back to stay in his own car, and he's still using an old car. So people, they will ridicule you. And our society is such that we even promote corruption, because sometimes you know that this particular government official just takes, under normal circumstances, his salary is about $1,000, right? But every big program in society, he's invited, even in the church. So where do we expect them to do this? Then there comes the need about who are the key stakeholders who can contribute to this. So I think in our action planning, we will be looking at who are the key stakeholders who can help in the fight against corruption, and what are their specific role in the plan. Because if you go back to your community or your office and you are going to fight corruption alone, it might be difficult. Even though it's good, we shine our own corners. I know it's difficult. Just as I mentioned, maybe I get a government position, all my cousins, all my grandmas, all my uncles, fathers, brother, they all expect that now that I've gotten a government position, the family should be rich. And that is it. If you stand your grounds, you become the wrong person. So we also have this cultural underpinning to it, where people, our culture allows this to flourish a bit. So there comes that who are the key institutions we can work with to be able to fight this corruption. So we look at the causes or the drivers of corruption. We look at the opportunities that exist to make corruption flourish. Then the next one is how do we, so the how part is the most important. We can talk about, okay, this, that, we can do this, we can do that. I know we always talk about make the laws, make this. Then the next point is, what are we going to do exactly when we go back? I think that should be something we should ponder over. What can you do? What can I do when we go back to start fighting corruption? It's not going to be easy. It hasn't been easy. People died fighting corruption. And people, just as Madam mentioned, I'm not saying that should have happened, but you find that people die because they fail to grease the system. You go to hospitals, people are lying in ways that are not good. And sometimes you have to even pay your way through then before you get a particular critical service. But I think it's easier said, oh, if they ask me right now, oh, if you were in this situation, will you do? Oh, no, I will not do that. But when you meet the reality, is there we will know, are you really ethical or not? And I think it has never been easy. It will never be easy, but we have to make a frantic effort. Let's start it small. Maybe if you were corrupt in big, reduce it to small. Then your appetite will go down and it will vanish. Yeah, if you want to stop once, you may collapse but let's try as much as possible. When I go out, maybe I could do this, but try to reduce it. And let's live by example. But I want to ask one other question is, we know the negative effects of corruption. We know the causes of it. What are the positive aspects of corruption? There is yes. I'm asking this question because when we begin to be frank about this, because there is something people are benefiting from, that's why if there was nothing positive about it, people wouldn't go in for it. Yes.
Yeah, I think the positive effects of corruption is there is culture change at an organization. Let's take, for example, you instill fear. I mean, you instill fear in the employees, for example. But I see more negative effects, and especially for those that are investigating corruption cases, it is very traumatizing. Sorry, I'll come back still with these negative effects. I once was involved in investigating a corruption case. It was so bad that sometimes I was knocking off from work before 5 o'clock, maybe 3 o'clock, I'm going home. Because everywhere where I was at the office, I thought someone would come, maybe kill me, do that. And then at home, I was having sleepless nights. So sometimes investigating corruption cases, especially for the one that is maybe the lead investigator, it becomes so much traumatizing. And even when the cases are concluded, you fear. Sometimes you cannot go to the market. Sometimes you cannot go to the church. So how do we deal with that? Yeah, apart from the positive, but I think it's the negatives are so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to get this point. You know, the person benefiting from the corruption is the one who thinks is positive to himself, his family, and his immediate or his cronies. But we all pretend. Sometimes I apply for a job, Then because I know a brother or my father's friend is there, I get to benefit and go through the system. Then I'm happy, I'm excited, right? I go to a place, maybe I may not pay money, but I meet a colleague worker in a queue. Oh, come. Then they take you behind and serve you. I'm so excited because I benefited from the system. You go to a hospital, beds are not there, just one, but you are treated preferentially. Sometimes you may not pay money, but because I'm the head of ombudsman, I get special treatment. Or because I work at the ombudsman office and my name is Temwa, I get special treatment. So in that case, we should also reflect that whilst you are getting undue advantage, somebody is getting the multiple effect of it. That's just what I wanted to establish. So when we begin to understand that whilst you are benefiting to some extent, in a more speedier and expedient way, somebody is suffering it in an excruciating way. So we get it. Then that comes issues about morality and ethics. That if you were in their shoes, will you want to be treated same? Then when you begin to reflect about this, then you really get to know that the advantages you are getting, the positive part you think you are benefiting from, is just a mirage because somebody's suffering the consequence. So based on this, I want to say that whilst we go home today, let's reflect over it. What are some of the actions you want to take? So you have to have an objective. What do you want to do after this? What is the name of your institutions or the group you want to work on? What is the specific area you want to really do? What would be the vision or the goal of your particular project as an individual or in your organization? What will be the resources you'll be needing? I know resources are sometimes difficult to find. Sometimes you need this, you need that. But even getting your colleagues to help you, human resources will be critical. So we want to look at what will be the resources you need to implement this action plan you'll be doing, and what are the expected challenges you may encounter. And when you get to understand the challenges that you're going to encounter, then you look at probable ways. Let's propose measures in addressing or mitigating some of these challenges. Then the next step will be, what are the expected outcomes in the end? Then based on this, we can have clear plans that we are going to work with after this workshop. Then when we follow up after a couple of months, we can be at least, if we get some results, we can say, okay, based on what we did here, I was able to do this, I was able to do that in my small way. Then later, when we build synergies, we are able to get more impactful results. So based on this, I'm setting the stage for tomorrow, and let's look forward to a great and enticing discussion tomorrow. And I want to thank you again for such a wonderful discussion. I think we've been very engaging, and we want to use this opportunity to thank everybody. And I know our justice joined us, even though he was busy, he tried again to make it up. And that shows how important this topic is, or this issue is, to all of us, including him and our colleagues who are all here. Thank you all, and we look forward to tomorrow. Is there anything I missed out? Any announcement or comment? Okay, so tomorrow, let's come early so that we can close early. I know today we said, so tomorrow let's start at 8. That would be good. Not Malawian time. It's real time. So let's start at 8 so that we can finish at lunch. That would be very good, so that we all have time to do other things. So that would be good. And yeah, tomorrow we have an evaluation of the session or the whole workshop, and any feedback you have, you can provide. And if there's any other thing, we want to wrap up. So thank you very much again, and have a wonderful evening. Thanks for coming. Let's clap for ourselves. Okay, who volunteers to do the report back for the group? Let's do it tomorrow morning. And tomorrow we want somebody to do the recap for us, 5 minutes. Who volunteers to do a recap for today? We were privileged to have Mr. Christian do it for us. Who will do it for us tomorrow? A lady does it for us, right? Who will do it for us? Oh, I should just look through and select somebody. Okay, so let's have a prayer. After the prayer, when you are touched by the Spirit, you say tomorrow you do that. Okay, pray we find somebody to do that.
Let's pray. In Jesus' name, Father, we thank you, as you have said in your holy word, Colossians chapter 3, verse 17. Whatever we do, whether in word or in action, we should do it in your name. We started this in your name in the morning, and we're also finishing in your name, Jesus Christ. Be with us and continue to cover us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Thank you very much. Should I? Okay, anybody drinking Sprite now should do it for us.